We ready? Hello. Call the meeting to order. It is now 5:34, and let's verify quorum. Board Member Montoya. Secretary Wells. Okay, Board Member Cheryl George. Vice President Haskey. And I am here, so we have 3 that gives us a quorum. Okay. The Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. And we will go for a prayer. Board Member Montoya, will you give us the prayer?
Father, thank you for enabling us to gather here together for this meeting. We do not take this for granted. The responsibility that we have as board members and educators within this district to help guide our students in the future. I ask that you give us the wisdom to speak clearly and always for the proper outcomes of our students. Amen.
Okay, look over the agenda.
About now? Oh, there we go. It's working out.
Any concerns, any movement, any modifications on the agenda? Board members?
I see none. Make a motion to approve the agenda.
I second.
Okay. Board Member Montoya?
Yes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
And I. Okay.
Also, Suzette, yes.
We're voting on the agenda.
Yes.
Okay, yes. And I vote yes. Okay, so we'll continue on. Comments from audience? I would like to, before you go, so as we have gone to different conferences, attended different conferences, we met a gentleman, and those of you that have watched the news, his name was Joe Garcia, 70 years old, from Owenge, Pueblo, and he passed on Thursday, and they have already done his funeral, and he's at rest. So, but I wanted to take this opportunity and this time to recognize and acknowledge him, especially coming into those conferences. And he was an ex-president of National Congress of Indians, and twice, and then also governor of his pueblo, and something that hasn't been reported, but I'm pretty sure that he was a veteran, and I say that because he, as I recall, his cap, and then just the friendship. I mean, that he had with Vice President Haskell and Board Member Montoya, but anyhow, he in his capacity, as we got there, being new to the conference, being new to National Congress of American Indian, he could have snubbed us. He could have walked past us and thought otherwise, but he truly had a heart. And once he heard our situation here regarding the closures of power plant and mining, and not just in CCSD, but also for Navajo country, he truly looked past his agenda of renewables, agenda of solar, and he looked at the children, and that this was impacting. And so I appreciate the man, and he helped push resolutions, and then come to find out he was an electrical engineer as well by trade, and that really for me as an electrician, that really stood out for me. And the fact that he worked at Los Alamos, and I'm pretty sure if I had mentioned Mr. Garcia to my dad, he would have known who exactly I was talking about. And so those were the items that really spoke a lot about Mr. Garcia, and the attention from the media is very poor. That the man should be honored. I mean, he has done a lot, but he really put you at ease when you talk to him. And again, I go back to the environment that we stepped into. He was able to sit back and really listen, and truly have a heart for our situation. And it wasn't just talk. It wasn't just talk. You could see it. and everything he did, and he helped us. And so I just want, in my little world, I want you to know that we knew Mr. Joe Garcia, and he took time to, in his busy life, to know us, CCSD. So rest, and I don't know if Mr. Montoya would like to say something, and also Suzette, Vice President Haskey.
It's very, very unfortunate when they talk about, I know you hear the word, we've lost a champion. Certainly Native Americans across this country and all the kids that attend the schools within the state of New Mexico and are represented by the numerous tribes in this country have certainly lost educational advocate. And as Ms. Aspis has said, he was open to listening to everybody and anybody, and not dismissively just to hear you, but to truly listen to what your concern was, especially when you look at the dichotomy that we have here in the state of New Mexico when it comes to the extraction industry and how it is impacting our school district. And he was patient and listened to us and helped to champion for us to get our resolutions passed at the National Congress of American Indians, which is not an easy task. It's very hard, especially knowing the attitudes and pervasive attitudes across this country regarding fossil fuels. But he helped us. And to him it was, again, the kids were the most important individuals in the room. And he's the reason why we do what we do, because he stood fast. And as a veteran, yes, he did. He served in Vietnam, and that was one of the points that him and I clicked on, as well as with Ms. Haskell. We had several conversations, got to know him decently for the short time. But again, I truly believe that the state has lost a huge advocate for Native American students across the state and the country. Thank you.
I also like to say that I concur, completely agree with what President Aspis said, and Board Member Montoya. I think he had a huge heart, and from the moment that we met him, it's pretty obvious, and he really did take the time to sit with us, talk with us, understand where we were coming from. And it is, New Mexico has lost a true champion for our students, for our Native community. So it's very sad that he was such a vibrant individual and very compassionate and passionate about helping others. So it's a huge loss to New Mexico. Thank you.
Is it pertaining to this? Okay, hold on. Okay, Ms. Chappelle, did you want to say some words? Board Attorney Jermaine Chappelle?
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I was trying to get the mute off, and I apologize. Thank you for those kind words for Mr. Garcia. I first started working with Mr. Garcia, let's see, probably about 15 years ago, when I was working with OK Wingay on a right-of-way issue. And everything you all have said about him is absolutely true. He's just an amazing human, and absolutely will be missed. Board President, we could send this recording to his family, and we could also do a resolution if you want, if you would like me to prepare one.
Yes, we could do that. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay, are you, go ahead.
I'm going to go ahead and read a comment, and that comment was sent in from a Rose Fast Horse, and that comment is the following.
Did we all get that email? No?
Probably not. It was sent to share for board comments.
Okay, let me look. Yeah. Oh, that's fine.
Okay, again, the comment is from a Rose Fast Horse, and the comment is the following. I graduated from Shiprock High School in 1970. I learned some business skills like managing checking accounts, doing taxes, letter writing, office etiquette, etc. To this day, I'm still using those life skills. I'm recommending as a parent and grandparent to implement financial literacy in our high schools. I know you all care about test scores, but I don't even remember the tests I took nor how I did. Thank you for listening to me. Again, this is from Rose Fast Horse, 1970 Shiprock High School graduate.
Okay. We'll go ahead with item 3A, board member report. We'll start with board member Montoya.
Not necessarily a report, but just comments in regards to Teacher Appreciation Week. Was fortunate to go around with the superintendent and thank all the teachers in the Shiprock area. And then on Friday, I went down south to Newcomb to do the same thing. And they were very appreciative. The principals, a couple of them walked with me in the buildings. And again, the teachers were just very grateful and thankful that what we're doing for them. So other than that, and again, just acknowledging the passing of Mr. Garcia. Thank you.
Secretary Wells.
I have nothing at this time.
Okay, Vice President Haskey. Board member report.
I just want to add, today we had a safety task force meeting, which was especially in light of yesterday's incident in Farmington. I think it was really important. I appreciate the work that CCSD is doing with the nation and other agencies in terms of helping strategize and planning to keep our students and our schools safe. So that I'm not sure. I forgot if it's on the agenda or not, but I really appreciate that and all the effort that's going to the planning. Thank you.
Board member Cheryl George, we are on board member reports. Do you have something to share?
Can you hear me? Hello?
Go ahead.
Hello? Oh, I have nothing. Thank
Okay.
you.
And for myself, as Vice President Haskell talked, today was another meeting of the Safety Summit. And as we go through there, I mean, it contains a lot. And you have to consider a lot because it's not something so easy and something so quick. And some of the items brought up today, this morning, we're trying to really condense it down and look at an immediate response. And even that is it's going to take a lot of work. But I appreciate that the talk has been started and that we're not reacting. We're actually being proactive in this, and especially by yesterday's event in Farmington. Again, it involves a lot. It's not just our location. It's not just because we have students at risk. There's a whole slew of factors that go into this, and I just ask everyone to pray and that it continues and that we're able to set something in place and be ready. And, I just ask that from everyone. I know people want to be a part of the meetings but I just ask that you just pray that we are given wisdom and some guidance and and truly walk our talk when we're there. So thank you.
Thank you, Board President Aspis. For this report, I'd like to begin by thanking the school board for giving me the opportunity to lead and to serve, especially this district for the 2022-23 school year. During the school year, we've made some changes I believe give us the opportunity to really move forward in a positive direction. So I'd like to take a couple moments to just list a few of those. The most important thing I hope that we've done is we try to make changes to make our staff comfortable. We want to make sure, once again, we want people to come to our district and we want them to stay. So we've made some changes to recruit and keep employees. We've recently presented hiring bonuses and retention stipends to our teachers and staff. While nobody becomes a teacher for the money, it's always nice to know you're appreciated with a little bit of extra. And speaking of extra, our district has been able to alleviate some of the burden that's placed upon our employees with insurance premiums. We have also added health reimbursement program to reward our employees for making some healthy lifestyle choices. We will continue to do our best to support our teachers and staff and offer as many incentives as possible for them to come to Central Consolidated and to stay at Central Consolidated. Once again, we've added quite a bit of technology for both students and staff, and we're going to continue to make technology a priority, investing in technology. We focused on programs that become somewhat neglected. For instance, we have increased our CTE offerings for students at both the high school and middle school levels, and our goal is to continue to increase these offerings in the future. We all know that the most important way to improve student attendance is to make schools a place where students want to come to learn. The carrot is definitely much better than the stick. We're also doing our best to identify gifted students as well as increasing challenging class options at all levels. Again, we don't just want to keep teachers, but we want to stop sending our students to other districts in the area. We want to keep them at CCSD. As alluded to by Board President Aspis and other members of the board, Board Vice President Haskey also talked about the safety meeting we had today. We've made some really positive changes in student safety, and I'm proud that when people talk about CCSD, they're putting us up on a pedestal and saying we want to do what they're doing. With the addition of lead safety advisors, or LSAs, our district is now a leader in innovations in the area. Now, we've also added fencing, gates, and window film to go along with radios, cameras, and other safety innovations. And besides those things, I do want to mention that it's been a pleasure to work with those folks who are retiring this year. I know we have some staff members who are moving on. Again, the foreign nationals, the J1 visa folks that we are going to be losing, was such a pleasure to work with them. We're going to do our best to try to bring them back as much as we possibly can. And also, I want to say congratulations to the graduating seniors. Our graduating seniors started their freshman year of high school, and somewhere in the end of the third quarter of that freshman year of high school, a pandemic happened that affected their entire rest of their educations. And so, you know, great job. Congratulations to those students who really persevered. They spent their sophomore year mostly online, I believe. Their junior year was pretty dicey, and this year things opened up pretty good, but we still had some restrictions in place here. And so congratulations to those seniors who made it through that. I didn't even think about it till this morning, the fact that your year is coming to an end very, very soon, especially the seniors. It's coming to an end next week, so congratulations to all. And that's all I have.
Okay, we'll go on down to item 4, reports. Item A, update on warehouse sprinkler system by Candace Thompson.
Good evening, Board President, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. Tonight, I was asked to give an update on the warehouse sprinkler system, and currently we are under design for the new flammable warehouse, and in that design is also the system to sprinkle our existing building. With that, I stand for questions.
Madam President, I have a question.
Go ahead, Secretary Wells.
Ms. Thompson, we've been in design stage of this current warehouse for some time now. How long do you anticipate that design to go on?
Board President, Secretary, what we are doing is combining 2 projects into one. As you know, the warehouse is currently carrying quite a load of flammable material that we are building a separate facility for and sprinkling that. And in doing so, we're going to include the existing warehouse in that design. So we are looking at hopefully having this project completed and out for general contractors to bid on the end of July, sir.
How does the design of the existing warehouse tie in with one that hasn't been built yet? Board
President, Secretary Wells, the way it ties in is because of the sprinkler system. We are trying to get away from building a fire tank because of the lack of pressure that we have. In our research and design that we have done recently, we have identified an 8-inch fire line in the road of 6,500 that we may be able to use that with a fire pump instead of having to build a 150,000 gallon water tank to supply us the pressure that we need. So we have an existing 6-inch line that comes from Kirtland Elementary School that is currently feeding the fire hydrants. And at one time we had a hose system in the warehouse, in the current warehouse. So in order to sprinkle that current warehouse, we are trying to get away from having a tank system and only having a pump system. So that's how the two projects are combining together, Secretary Wells.
As I recall, that pump system had been approved a long time ago rather than supplying that water tank in order to provide pressure. I hope we're not dragging our feet on this.
No,
I think
no,
that,
sir, we are not.
I think that system in the existing warehouse should have been in and operational by now by using a pump.
Board President, Secretary Wells, as you remember, Secretary Wells, we had to make sure that the current system was structurally sound to hold the fire load, which we did, and it is. So we need to install the sprinkler system. At the time, we were not certain that a jockey pump would be enough to do the pressure for that building. We were researching the tank. And as I said, just in the last few weeks, we have got with the Lower Valley water system and discovered that they do have an 8-inch line. We're looking at trying to loop the 8 and 6-inch lines together. That would give us enough pressure along with the jockey pump to supply both buildings, sir.
Well, I appreciate the need to supply both buildings, but I think we've had plenty of time to install one in the existing. I don't understand the necessity of not having a fire suppression system in the existing just because we're building another one. That seems counterproductive to me.
Understood, sir.
We have a building, an existing building that has not had a fire suppression system. And in my opinion, I think we have had more than enough time to put one in using a pump. As you stated, we have fire hazard chemicals in that building, and I think we should have installed that suppression system in order to make that building safe.
Board President, Secretary Wells, so as the building stands right now, I believe I had shared with you earlier that we weren't at the time required to do it per our insurance authority, but in looking at what we are storing in that building right now, we would have to make major changes to the building. We would have to section it off for the flammable materials, and that whole building would have to change, sir. So that's why we're building a building exclusively for flammable materials, because they are built and constructed differently with sections. I can definitely send you the codes that we are dealing with in the new structure and trying to also alleviate the flammable contents in our existing structure Due to the size and the height, the eave height of this building, it really puts us into a whole different category than what this building was originally built for, sir.
Well, I guess I have to accept that explanation at this time, but it sounds to me like we're delaying the project on making the existing warehouse safe for those that work in there. To accommodate, I'm not sure what. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members? Okay, I have a question, Candace. So, is this another item that we're gonna have to put on every meeting so that it gets handled and stays in the forefront?
Board President, no, it is not. We are currently designing, as I said, this should be out on the streets for general contractors to bid on in July.
But I understand, and I agree with Secretary Wells, and it doesn't make sense. And I mean, if you really put yourself in those shoes of the warehouse people, would you like to be told that you're still in a risk hazardous area and wait till July or when we can get a new building and you'll be safer? Superintendent Carlson, I hope you understand what we're talking about, and this looks like, as far as workers' condition, you know, this may be a bigger issue if something should arise. So let's take care of it.
Board President, members of the board, this project is also being funded with ESSER money. So we are taking care of the issue at hand, and the future, you know, with the fire suppression and everything that we have. It's all one big project together.
Okay, I guess we'll see till next month where we're at.
And Board President, I am happy to share the information that I can with you, with the board members in emails. Of course, some of this information cannot be in a public forum because this is a bid situation.
This is a what? Okay, thank you.
Uh-huh.
Are we done? Ms. Thompson, are you done?
Yes, Board President, unless you had any other questions or comments.
Any more questions, comments, board members? Okay, we'll go on to the next one. Item B, update on the Nanzad bus stop lights and Randy J. Manning signage by Jermaine Chappelle and Candace Thompson. as we discussed last Thursday, we do have a meeting with NTUA on the 22nd. And we believe at that meeting, we'll be able to figure exactly where the light should go with respect to their right-of-way and the private landowner's property. So we're excited to participate in that meeting on the 22nd, and Ms. Thompson and I are working on making sure that we have that staffed appropriately and that NTUA has the needed information beforehand. With that, I stand for questions.
What's the other half? The road part? Candace, do you have anything to add about we have seen that the letters are on the building, and it looks great. I did send a picture to Randy's daughter, so she sent it to the family. They've been driving by looking for it, and they're very excited. So thank you for that. The other portion would be the signage at the entrance on the main road off of 6100. Have we done anything with that?
Superintendent, members of the board president, I failed to understand that we wanted also signage up the roadway changed. So I will work on that and incorporate everything that we have there into one new sign at the road.
Okay, so we'll go on to the next item. Thank you, Candace and Jermaine.
Thank
Any
you, Board
questions,
President.
board members? We'll go on to item C, Fine Arts Elementary Act Grant by Bellamy D'Hara Presley.
Some of us like to make notes, and so that's an opportunity for you. Good evening, School Board President Aspis, Vice President Haskey, Secretary Wells, board members. This evening, I am presenting our Fine Arts Elementary Act grant. This is a grant that we submit each year, but they are funds that come back to the SEG in our operational account. So this is our annual presentation of the grant. So the overview of the FAE grant is to support students kindergarten through 6th grade. In previous years, it stopped at our elementaries that had 5th grade in our Shiprock and Newcomb, Nosh Chitty area. But last year, we were able to, from the previous year, fight for our middle schools to receive funds at the 6th grade in the middle school. So this was our first year where we also were able to include the 6th grade in the middle schools. But the grant itself focuses on elementaries K-6. So that was a wonderful opportunity. When we come together for this grant, we include our art teachers, our music teachers, and we come together to look at the goals of our stakeholders, our parents, our students, and the demographics of each school to write the grant and to look at our goals and actions for the upcoming year. So as in past years, we did that as well. And so this is the presentation not only from federal programs, but also from all of our music and art teachers in the district who had a voice in writing this. So the core mission of the Fine Arts Education Act is to promote equity, excellence, inclusion, education, and diversity in and through arts, humanities, literacy, math, and science. So they roll our core subjects into the support of art. It fosters a rich cultural life for all New Mexicans, and it boosts learning and achievement. So we know through science and through studies and data that incorporating arts supports our language arts and our math and our science as well. So we want to continue to support that in our schools. The programs contribute to the richness and strengths of our communities and our economy. And our FAE vision, this is the vision that comes from New Mexico Public Education when they fund this grant, is equity and culture elevates the quality of life in all our communities and drives art education growth across the creative economy. These programs are inclusive and equitable, and they embrace diversity. These programs empower a new generation through creative youth development and education. And the FAE have a focus on advancing inclusion and equity, enriching communities through arts curriculum, growing the creative economy, and empowering a creative generation. The arts will build individualized capacity in every school. So those two sentences come from New Mexico Public Education Arts Department. So the goals that our music and art teachers have come up with are listed in the next couple of slides. Goal 1 is 100% of our K-5 elementary students and 6th grade music students will be given the opportunity to study musical pieces of music of different genres and perform them for a live audience. So at the end of our school year, we normally have our showcases at the PAC and the BIPAC Center and at the schools, and we encourage all of our community members to come out because this is their goal as they write this grant. The outcome they would like to see are that 80% of our students will rehearse and perform in a music program that is presented to the community. The teachers will take performer attendance at concerts to determine the results. So allowing those students to be able to present their musical pieces. Goal number 2, 100% of our K-5 elementary and 6th grade music students will be engaged in different domains of music, such as listening, singing, playing an instrument, creating, and rhythmic activities. And the outcome that they would like to see, our teachers, 80% of our students will be actively engaged in making music in class. Goal number 3, 100% of students will be given the opportunities to study and create a variety of art pieces in different media. This includes the annual art show. So having our music teachers and our art teachers come together to develop our goals was key so that we could braid together the two opportunities for our students. The outcome for our arts classes, our students will identify diverse media with 80% accuracy and have at least one product in the annual art showcase. If you haven't had that opportunity to go see the showcase that our art teachers put together, it is truly amazing. Jared has done a wonderful job to capture that for us on our website, and we have lots of pictures and media available if you haven't had that opportunity, but it is wonderful. 6th grade specific middle school goals for art students include work on projects related in the content area, like art installations, collaboration with other grade levels, or working with community. So they start to strengthen the way our students are making their art and now incorporate at the middle schools the bridge into community. So at our earlier ages, they're just learning the craft, and at the middle school now, they're beginning to develop their craft into the community and into the outer school extension. Students will be able to showcase their work in a presentation format. So within this goal, it also requests that we provide how we will monitor and receive feedback, and our teachers had requested written assignments, rubrics, formative assessments like exit tickets, informal checks for understanding, observational checklists, checklists for lower elementary. The advisory council, so 2 Fine Arts Advisory Council meetings are held each year to review testing data, surveys, and help with fine arts application. At the spring meeting, they review student, parent, and teacher surveys, and they work on goals for the upcoming school year. In the fall, we hold a meeting to review the goals and plan upcoming events. So thank you to Mr. Montoya last year. One of the feedback that he provided from our presentation was ensuring that we did have art teachers at all of our schools, and we were able to provide that through this grant. And then also support leveraging our impact aid to ensure that they didn't have to travel between 2 or 3 schools, because that's what was happening the year before. And we wanted to have those teachers being able to focus on one school. So we did make that happen. The funding matrix for this, and it's hard to call it a grant because we write it as a grant, but the money comes into the SEG operational. So it's kind of a hybrid where most of our grants, we then have that say of where we want it to go. When it comes into the SEG, of course, it's distributed. And so we at the district level then have to ensure that we are equitable and funding ensuring that the funds are moving through, to where they're supposed to be going. So with that, we work collaborative with the operational team in finance. Each year, the units change a little bit because the PED tells us how much they will put towards the membership. And then, of course, when our membership changes, then the funds change. But I'm happy to share that this year, the unit value increased, and where last year we only received right about 585,000, this year we're receiving 783,785 and 29 cents. So that's wonderful. Of course, we have salary increases coming in, and sometimes our benefits. So it's nice to know that at least with that offset, then we will still have adequate funds to support the vision that we have. This total is applied solely to the support of elementary and music teacher salaries and benefits. And then we leverage our other grants and braid in the support of our Title IV and our Title II to ensure, as we write those other grants, that our art and music teachers will also receive the professional development they need, the supplies and materials that they need for the students. So I thank you. Special note, this is a grant that requires our board assurances. The assurance page looks like that at the bottom. I have shared that with Ms. Ray. And also there's a link to the sheet here. And upon your approval, she'll be able to print that off and get the signatures needed to submit the grant. The grant is due May 25th. And so we're requesting that we have those signatures no later than May 24th, end of day, so that we can get that in on time. So that just helps with the deadlines for this grant. So I stand for questions.
Madam President,
Go ahead.
this is just for my education. On goal 2, you have listed here creating and playing an instrument, creating and rhythmic activities. I know what playing an instrument is, but creating and rhythmic activities, I'm at a loss for that. What?
Sure. I don't see any music and arts folks here. I'm not sure if we have anybody on the call. If we happen to have a music teacher online that would be able to share, we did invite them to be able to come. I don't know, Sharon, if you happen to see any music teachers. Okay. So with that, with the instrument, it could be as simple as a kazoo or a recorder, as we had kind of in the day I was in elementary. All of our music teachers have the liberty to be very creative. They could provide drums, they could provide stringed instruments, whatever they feel in leveraging their supports with funds. They could also utilize Title I money to be able to purchase instruments. Title IV is the bigger grant that supports our music and art within the enrichments, and we have had several of our schools request new band equipment specifically for their general arts. So as you were asking, creating and rhythmic activities, it would be rhythm. So being able to, in one case, I observed a class that was using solo cups upside down to create music. And they played it to Oye Como Va, Oye Como Va, Enrico, and so they were turning the cups around. So they were able to create their own music and their own instruments through a song, and then provide that project-based learning without your standard instrument of a horn or a guitar. So, and that is one of our focuses through curriculum and instruction, through Mr. Dustwood and Mr. Carlson's leadership, is also to support project-based learning, to where our kiddos can think about the end project and how to obtain the end result through their own creative experiences. We know as moms and dads, we had our kiddos playing pots and pans when they were little. And so kiddos love that. And to be able to experience music in their world without the auspice of the adult confining them or pigeonholing them to what they feel music should be, that's wonderful. So we encourage that creative approach.
I was wondering if they were going to be making drums.
They could, exactly. I mean, it is to the autonomy of the music and arts teachers, how they, and with the feedback of our students, of how those students perceive that art and that music.
Then on another page you have here, outcome. Students will be able to showcase their work in a presentation format. Can you explain that?
Sure. So the presentation could be a parent opening at their school. It could be at the PAC or the BIPAC where they have a Christmas performance, kind of in winter performances, spring performances. So their presentation to their community. So whether that community is the school-based or even the district-based.
So it gives them an opportunity then to present to an audience.
Correct.
An excellent program.
Correct. And to be able to share how they went through that process. So when we have some of our parent information meetings through the schools, many times our schools offer a welcoming where kiddos can showcase what they've been working on. And so to be able to present and kind of get the taste buds watering with what's coming up in the fall or in the spring.
Anything that can instill confidence in a student by presenting whatever they're doing, whatever they have earned, achieved, whatever, to the public is a scary thing even for adults. And if we can give the students an opportunity to do that, I think that's excellent. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more comments, questions, board members?
Question.
Go ahead.
So do we seek other forms of grants from private sector to support the arts within our district?
We haven't at this point, but definitely would be open to that.
Superintendent, I know at one point in time, prior to your arrival, we talked about having a grant writer to assist us. And again, I don't want to beat this like a dead horse, but in light of our loss of tax revenue, going to certainly have to look at every avenue that we can to bring in more funding, especially when you're talking about art and music. So I certainly would like that to be a consideration, but I appreciate what you're doing. And as we're meandering around the buildings, we went up to TBA, and I believe it was the one student who placed second in a national art contest in Texas, or regional. Was that?
I believe it was. It was. I don't know if it was national, but it was regional, I think.
Yeah, it was a regional art contest down in Texas, and amazing ability of some of these kids, man. It just blows me away. And as I've said this before, making the connection between art and education to where some of these kids are not engaged, whether it's through the reading or the math, but they have a natural ability for art, and so you make that connection and tie. But and again, that's the attentive human being in that classroom to be able to see that and recognize that and use that as a launching pad to help that child grow. I don't think enough people do that because they overlook at it. They overlook it. And so therefore, I said this to the board before, I mean, these kids don't fail. The adults fail the kids. And if we're not doing everything we can to reach them and pull that out of them, we're not doing our job. But I certainly appreciate, and again, how you've applied this and what we're looking at doing. So thank you.
And if I may, Mr. Carlson, just add on to Mr. Montoya, that student was able to travel through Title IV funds. So because activities sometimes is depleted within the general sports and activities, we leverage our Title IV, FAE, Title IV, they're all under the same bureau. So we definitely want to support those enrichment opportunities where a kiddo can leave district, even to go to a neighboring district competition, to state competitions, regional, and then of course national. What an experience. Thank you.
Madam President, when we moved our family into this community 40-some years ago, we attended several art shows, and the wife and I were absolutely astounded at the artwork that was presented in the junior high and high school levels. And I haven't seen that lately. Do we still encourage that in our?
Yes, and as a matter of fact, we leverage our ELT funds for things like that, after-school programming, summer programming. This year, I know this is on the agenda, but this year our summer programs will be more of a summer camp. We are offering intervention, but we're also offering opportunities to experience either a pathway or to continue in something they just love to do, an enrichment, whether it's culinary, artwork, music, drama, theater, welding, manufacturing, even electrician, all of that, because we know that kiddos have that budding spark when they're even in 4th, 5th grade. So this year our summer programs, we're taking our 4th graders to the middle school because they have more opportunity and space with the environment to have a lab, to have that opportunity. So we're trying to spark that back up again.
Thank you.
One more comment or question.
Go ahead.
Do you work with the other departments like ICO or Johnson O'Malley to assist with funding as well?
We do. So definitely our teams and even SSO. So, and DART as well. So all 4 of us meet every other week in an academic planning setting through Mr. Dustwood. He's pulled us together to be able to talk about what's needed within the school model, instruction, enrichment, and then there we go. It sparks off. So just last week I had met with ICO over summer programming, over potential funds. How can we leverage funds they're doing? How could we support funds? Really trying to break down silos.
Well, absolutely, because as we know, that's been one of the problems over the past years, but I appreciate that effort because, again, it takes the whole community to be able to do that. And to me, like I said, I'm a big supporter of the arts for these kids because so many of these kids have such amazing abilities. It's unreal.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. And technology is now where we're headed, and arts and technology and the STEAM movement is starting to really show coding and being able to pick up drones and have drone competition and driving, and who knows, that's our future, flight aviator right there, flying us in drones across. Who knows where the world's headed? So, if we could start that pathway of interest, then we know we're just building upon the skills. Yep. So again, through Mr. Dustwood, through Mr. Garola, we're bringing together our graduate profile that will encompass all of this and supporting our kiddos and what we want our graduates to be able to have that opportunity for. So it's just starting. So don't call me next month for an implementation plan, but definitely we're working hard on that right now through summer. Great projects in the works.
Any more questions, comments, board members? Roll call. Board Member George?
Here.
Any comments, questions for Ms. Bellamy?
No comment, no questions. Thank you.
Okay, I'm just checking your Wi-Fi. Vice President Haskell? Okay, and I have a question, and it was along the lines of what you touched on about computers, AI. You know, I've gone to different craft fairs, and what we thought, or what I thought was art, and then you go into a different area, and you have some that are computer image, and it's like, who's to say that's not art? You know, and it just opens up a whole new, and then when you look at like our county fairs, they haven't moved ahead. You know, some still say art is what you draw, what you put on paper or canvas, and you know, they really need to open up more, you know, to where, you know, that, and our students are seeing that and they're catching on. And then the canvases are so different. There's one particular art student that, it sounds like she was from Shiprock and then went on to Santa Fe, maybe Indian Art School, and then she's kind of out on her own now, but her canvases sometimes are murals, sometimes they're skateboards. I mean, this is so big, and when our students see that, or when they see what those possibilities are, you know, that it just really opens them.
Could be a design on Nike tennis shoe.
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's the sky's the limit.
Exactly. I mean, even that, I've seen canvas shoes where there's a pottery, a lady that does pottery in Laguna. She does design on canvas shoes. I mean, amazing stuff, you know, and so we do, and I think the one that really push arts and music, and just as you said, you know, anything could be used as music, was former board member Sheldon Pickering. And so I truly believe those are needed, you know, and I went to the National School Board Conference in Nashville, and you know, they had a school that was, it sounded like it was funded mainly by those that have made it in the music business, and so there the students could go ahead, and if they had something written, they could go ahead and go in and record. And I even offered, and I said, could you use auto-tune? But anyhow, you know, I mean, it's just really something, and I'm really glad that we're keeping up with that, because even if it's just a recorder, which is that long whistle, I mean, even that is a lot, you know, and for our students, because I have to give a lot of credit to our former band leader, Phil Thomas. That man was strict, but we learned something, and we learned our instruments, and I think studies go back to where there's that correlation of, you know, being smarter. And so, and then with arts, there's again, you know, you're using a different part of your brain, and so I'm really glad to see that. And you know, that was my questions, you know, before, and I've always wondered if we have a grant writer, and so, you know, maybe that's something that we can get resolved. You know, you're writing grants already, so that's kind of I'm glad that Board Member Montoya brought that up. I didn't know that, and maybe you're the person that we need there. Thank you.
Definitely can help. So thank you
Thank
for
you.
your time.
So we'll go on to item, I think I'll let Josh wait. He looks too eager over there. Okay, we'll go on to item D, CCSD Facility Master Plan by Candace Thompson.
President, members of the board, Mr. Carlson, tonight we would like to present the results of our 5-year master planning. With us tonight, we have Josh Chisholm in person and also Molly Smith virtual. So from here, I will turn it over to Josh.
Is that Molly?
Molly's on Zoom.
I was wondering. I thought
Molly's
maybe-
on Zoom.
Hello, Superintendent,
I thought it was
members of the
the
board,
music teacher.
She might
not the
sing
music
to you.
teacher.
Superintendent,
Hold on. Board Member George, are you calling us?
No, I'm here on Zoom.
Okay. Vice President Haskey, was that you? Was I just hearing things? Okay, go ahead.
thank you. Superintendent, board members, thank you for having us this evening. As Candace mentioned, we will be presenting the facilities master plan that we started working on last fall. And we do have a presentation, and I believe if Molly, are you able to pull that up?
Yes, let's see. All right, let's see if I can share my screen. Okay, does that, everyone see that?
Yes.
Perfect. And Josh, thank you for being there in person. Now let's see if we can get it to change. So introductions, I'm Molly Smith. I think all of our board members have rotated through our meetings, so great to see you all again. I'm Molly Smith with Think Smart Planning, and Josh, you want to introduce yourself?
Sure. I'm Josh Chisholm. I'm with Capital AE, and happy to be here and happy to present our findings.
So any of you that have been to our meetings know that we do have an online wiki site or a website that has all of our resources. Everything that we've been using throughout our meetings is on this wiki site. And you can take a picture of the QR code and go straight to that if you like. I think most people have done that already, but feel free if you want to go and dig deeper into any of the backup information. It's there on that wiki site. Just for those of you that weren't familiar with the process that the committee went through, we basically started with community goals. And, really the goals of the community drive everything when you're talking about facility master planning, even though Josh brings us a ton of great information about the facilities and what needs, fixing or upgrading. We do have to align that with the goals that we're trying to achieve. And the facts are what Josh and I bring to the team so that everybody can make good decisions. We look at what the needs are going to be for the future, because the future is different than the past, and establish what the priorities will be, because we don't have an unlimited budget, obviously. And then once we all agree to what the priorities are, we create the map for the next 5 years for upgrading your facilities, building new schools or replacing schools, whatever that might be, whatever that might look like. One thing I will say, though, that is a requirement from the state of New Mexico is that every district's master plan is based around their community's vision. So the state does not impose on you what to do or how to do it. But they do ask that you have your community be involved in the decision making. So you can see we had our committee work sessions. Here they are hard at work, and they did some really fantastic work with lots of great graphics. Speaking of the arts, you guys are very artistic. We looked at, as I said, we started with goals. So we asked to establish the top 5 goals. We did an online survey for our committee, and I'll go through those quickly. Obviously, safe and welcoming schools were the very top priority for you all, as they should be. Providing more real-world experiences, in other words, more college and career opportunities, was a big, a top goal for the committee. Making sure we're paying attention to health and emotional well-being was another top priority. So wanting to, as we go forward, we're looking at, of course, ADA and accessibility issues for all of our students, and incorporating all kinds of other things like healthy daylighting, air quality, non-toxic materials, biophilic design, all those things to help both our staff and our students, maintain a good physical and mental well-being. Technology, as we all found out during the pandemic, that became super important, and but it's not a one and done thing. It is something that you have to invest in and continue to invest in throughout the years and keep it up to date, and that was important to the committee. And with the district being in basically 3 areas, the west, the south, and the east, we wanted to balance the amenities that each of the areas have in terms of, do they have PAC facilities? Do they have newer schools? Are the schools right size? Do they have maintenance facilities in each of the areas? So we did bring some information about the differences that we have in each of the communities and where we might find ways to balance that. So one of the things that we look at all the time is enrollment trends. We have to do that. And sometimes districts even do that in between their 5-year master plans. They do it every couple years, which you all may want to do that given the situation that you have with the changing demographics around the power generating plant and things like that. We did have Applied Economics, which is a prominent firm that does a lot of work in New Mexico, updated your demographic trends for us. You can see here that we did have a general decline starting from 2016 down to 2023. But if you compare 2023 to way back in 2002, we've lost, a certain percentage of students during that time. And so what we're going to be looking to do or to recommend to you is that you right size your schools as you move forward. So you're not paying for schools that are larger than what you need in utilities and maintenance and upkeep and so forth. And we're working with about 4,875 students in this school year. Now, as we look forward to the future, you can see here we are at 2022 with 4,800 students. Looking forward 5 years, we have a little bit of a decline, but basically we're looking at a flat demographic there, which is good, meaning that it is quite stable. And so we're not looking at a situation where it's rapidly declining or rapidly growing, which is another kind of problem you could have. And so that helps us make plans for the future, at least for the next 5 years for sure. Another thing that we do is we look at the school buildings that you have and we determine what the capacity of each of those buildings is and the utilization. So the maximum capacity would be if we filled up the school 100% in every single classroom, which literally never happens that way because students don't divide up equally into groups of 25 or 20. Every grade level has a recommended capacity. So high school usually about 90%, elementary schools about 95, middle schools maybe a little lower, depending on whether you are changing classes and so forth. The other thing that we do, though, is we adjust that capacity number. We want the state to understand if you have special circumstances. And all the districts in New Mexico right now have a couple special circumstances, one being that you are all going to full day pre-K. And that means that the number of rooms that you have for pre-K, it will be filled up all day now instead of half a day. So you may need to expand in your pre-K area. Also, if you have a higher number of special needs students in your district, which most districts in New Mexico do have, we also adjust for that as well. So we try to give consideration to that when we look at what the utilization is for each school. And this is basically how we do that. We look at the floor plans of every single school and we count. Basically, we count every classroom that's in the floor plan and we determine what that school was originally designed to hold, how many students at 100%. And we go from there. We compare that to the number of students going to the school now, and that's how we come up with the utilization for each school. And so you can see here, won't go through this chart, but just to show you that we basically look at every single campus and we total them all up so we can kind of get a general overall look at the whole district and also by region. So for the whole district, the enrollment is 5,102 students, including your early childhood students. And your maximum capacity, if you had filled all the classrooms to 100%, is 11,012 students. The recommended adjusted capacity, as I discussed, where we adjusted the capacity based on special ed and pre-K, recommended adjusted capacity is 9,721 students. And that means we have about 48% of our seats are available district-wide at this time, which does give us some opportunity to, I'll let Cheryl back in here, give us some opportunity to right-size schools as you start replacing any of these campuses. You'll want to downsize the campuses to fit the number of students you have today. Over the next 5 years, what we see for the three regions is that the East will lose about 103 students, the West will lose about 51, and the South will only lose about 32 students. So in the East region, we have 47% of the seats are available at this time, 2,000 seats. You can see that the high school and the middle school are the ones with the highest number of seats available. The elementary's in pretty good shape and early childhood is as well. In the West, you can see that the middle and high, again, are the ones with the higher number of seats available. And of course, the career prep, except that the career prep is a fairly small school, so we don't worry too much about that school. But we do have 53% of the seats available in that region in the West. And then in the South, because you're embarking on these new projects with Newcomb, you are basically at about 20% of the seats available, and that is a very good position to be in. So the South is looking good probably because you're right-sizing the facilities to match the enrollment as we go along. And so when we look at the conclusions from all of that, basically right now in 2023, we have 5 out of 6, 7 out of 7, and 1 out of 3 schools are underutilized in the various regions. And then in 2028, the situation will be pretty much exactly the same. And so what that leads us to believe is that you should focus on, as you replace older schools or schools that are in poor condition or schools that move up on the list for the state, look at right-sizing those per your demographics, and just do that through attrition rather than taking any drastic steps. The middle and high schools in the east and west regions would benefit from consolidation to a single campus if you choose to do that, and we have looked at doing that with TBA, and so that doesn't necessarily mean a single building with a high school. It doesn't necessarily mean a middle high school. It might mean a middle and a high school on a single campus, but it would maximize the use of your core facilities, your amenities, your utilities where possible. Josh, do you want to look at the projects and costs?
Sure. Yeah.
Just tell me when to flip the slide.
Okay. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So as part of this process, what you'll find and what you kind of saw from what Molly has described is we look at a lot of different things as we step into these steering committee meetings. A lot of the work that we do is simply teaching the steering committee how to interpret the data to make informed decisions for your district. And so part of the capital or the facility, specifically on the facility, is the process that we look at is building condition. Are the schools adequate from an educational standpoint? We then define the need and put a cost associated with that, and then work with the committee to develop our options on how we should move forward based on the data that we have. Next slide. So this is obviously not legible from where you're sitting, but the intent here is to demonstrate just a small fraction of the data that we collect on all of the buildings. What you may be able to see on the left-hand side are the different colors. It starts with early childhood, elementary, middle, high, charter schools. We looked at support schools. We looked at support buildings such as administrative buildings, maintenance buildings, transportation. We also looked at all the teacher housing with this project. Next slide. So this is an inventory of the support buildings and the teacher housing. The main takeaway here is, or some of the main takeaways are pointed at, but just in essence, you have almost 2 million square feet of buildings, which translates to roughly $1 billion in assets or replacement value. So those are good numbers to keep in the back of your minds. There's somewhere around 520 acres of land throughout the district, just to kind of level set as we step into the project. Next slide. We go through every single building in every single building system within those buildings. So priorities, you can see kind of in the middle there, fire sprinkler systems, which was kind of brought up earlier with the warehouse, air distribution systems, all on down, everything from the foundation to the roof. In essence, we developed a list of number one priority items throughout the district. That came up to $9 million, and that's distributed across 11 of your buildings. It doesn't include, a lot of the buildings had no priority one items, but 11 of them did, and it had tallies up to about $9 million. This is deferred maintenance kind of items, so roof needs replaced, boiler needs replaced, etc. Next slide. This is what's called a tree map, and it shows the need based on the size of the block. So you can see in the top left, the roofing is really your biggest need across the district, the $7.5 million. Below that's parking lots, HVAC, flooring, windows, etc., on down the line. Next slide. This slide demonstrates how the state of New Mexico collaborates or sets up the rules and regulations as far as how school districts can get money from the state for new roofs or new schools. In essence, they have what they call a weighted New Mexico condition index, and that's really the primary driver. The intent here is to take all the cost of the repairs divided by the cost of replacement. You get a percentage, and those percentages are compared to all schools across the state. Next slide. The school district is required to match the funds. So if you had $1 million project, currently, the numbers have been changing as we speak. But as of 22-23 fiscal year, Central Consolidated was signed up for 52% out of the total. So, and the state would match it 48% as long as the qualifiers were met. So if you had $1 million project, Central would be signed up for $520,000, and the state would provide $480,000. The good news is that those numbers are changing, and they're actually going down from what we understand. So that's kind of a moving target, but that's, to my knowledge, that's what's written in stone at the moment. Next slide. I'm sorry, go back one slide if you would, Molly. In the bottom left corner, it's important to note that the Newcomb School projects that were applied for in FY 19-20, CCSD had a 40% match, the state had a 60% match. So if the new numbers weren't going to be below 40%, you got in at the right time. If the new numbers dip below 40%, it may mean that you're going to end up paying more, or you reapply for the new match. That's kind of again a moving target. Next slide. Whoop, other way.
Oops, sorry about that.
That's okay. So this slide quickly shows the rank of all of your schools. The reason why the Newcomb schools at the top are all 19-20, that's the fiscal year, and they've all been kind of lumped into the same award as number 2, worst school in the state. Only one ahead of you at the time you applied for the grant. The middle school, high school were not actually in as bad a condition as the elementary school, but the state posted it like they did. The rest of them in red are within the top 175 out of that 788 across the state. That means those qualify for replacement schools if the district were to apply for funding. And then Kirtland Elementary School, or KES, is in the top 350, so it qualifies for systems funding from the state, such as new roofs, new HVAC. Next slide. This is kind of a boiled down spreadsheet from the big data spreadsheet that you saw on the first slide. But as Molly mentioned, there's roughly 50% open seats, and you'll notice, as we walk through these steering committee meetings, that the number of students that you have versus the number of seats that you have is a very important metric for us as we look at how utilized are your buildings, and are you heating and cooling buildings that are not being completely utilized, and do you have an opportunity to right size these buildings when the time comes for a new school. Next slide. So as Molly mentioned, we looked at the district in 3 regions, which is kind of the east region, the west over in Shiprock, and then south down to the Newcomb area. Next slide. So as we start looking at the schools, we looked at all of them. Here are all of the schools, and you can see the condition rank. Red means bad, green means good. In the middle there, and then on the right-hand side, utilization is listed as well. So we look at both. How good of condition are the schools, and how much utilized are they? So go to the next slide. This is a estimate here of the cost of operating unused space. Every square foot that you have that is not being utilized costs money. The building doesn't care to some extent whether or not it's being utilized or not. The HVAC system kicks on and runs. So we look at how much space do you have now, including your portable buildings. How much space would you need if you were at 100% utilization? how much space would you need if you're at 85% utilization? So, like I said, you've got 1.3 million square feet right now, roughly 50% utilized. If you went to 85%, you'd be 750,000 square feet. Down at the bottom, we look at the cost of utilities, the cost to maintain these buildings, and the cost to do major capital improvements like roof replacements. And so that tallied up to just under $3 million of a year cost to own and operate unused space. And that doesn't mean that it has to go away. That just means it's a metric for us to consider as we develop a path forward. Next slide. So we look at each region and try to determine, do we have too much space? Do we not have enough? Are our buildings in good shape? Are they in bad shape? What do we do with our buildings? So you can see here, these are all the buildings in the East region, elementaries, middles, and high. Next slide. And then we broke it down by categories. So the top one's early childhood. That's by itself. Can't do much there. The middle one there are the elementary schools. You can see on the far right-hand side, the utilization is 68, 64, 71. And then in the middle there, the building condition. They're in pretty decent condition. At the bottom one, you can start to see red. Kirtland Central High School there, the condition, it's 65 out of 788. It qualifies for a new building. And then on the right-hand side, utilization, they're both less than 50% utilized. So those are the kind of conversations we start having in the committee about, should we do something here? And if so, what does that look like? Next slide. Next slide. So the West region, you can see in the bottom right-hand corner, the schools are 46% utilized. And in the middle there, you've got a couple schools that are in pretty rough shape. Next slide. This same methodology here for Shiprock area. We looked at the elementary schools, charter school kind of on its own, and then the TBA middle school, Shiprock High School, and then the Central Career Prep. Again, come down at the bottom there, we have a similar problem in the West region. TBA middle school, Shiprock High School are both in that top 175 qualified for new schools, and they're both less than 50% utilized overall. So yeah, if you start breaking it down, you've got about 1,000 kids between those two schools, and you have 2,200 seats available currently. Next slide. South region, you can see all we had was Nashchidi in the evaluation, since the Newcomb schools are under award for replacement. And those schools were actually removed from our scope of work when we submitted a proposal for this project. Next slide. So portable buildings were one thing that we noticed in this project. We went through all the portable buildings and found that many of them were storage units, or they may have been used for a temporary office space. There were several that had classrooms, but if you go to the next slide, you can see that table at the bottom, the use. So there were 46 portables. There are 46 portable buildings across the district, and roughly 3/4 of them are storage space or office space or break rooms. And as you saw in the previous slides, the utilization of the buildings is also less than 50% across the board. So you'll see in our options that we developed and the committee developed as well, that we recommended for these portable buildings to go away for the most part. Next slide. So so once we set the stage with the committee, then we develop options, and we look at each region and we talk about the deficiencies, the shortfalls, what can we do to be more fiscally responsible with the taxpayer money. And you'll see that we developed 15 options. I'm not going to go through these in detail. We certainly weren't able to afford to do all of these in the next 5 years, but step one is getting these options on the table and understanding what the district and the community feels would be best for the children here. So just at a high level, we looked at safety, security. The Newcomb schools are on here because those are going to have to be paid for out of the next 5 years of funding. We look at the TBA, Shiprock High School, where to put that, where to put those new schools. We looked at Kirtland Central High School. We looked at the portable buildings. If you go to the next slide, portable buildings are on there and kind of in the middle and so on. We also did look at just simply keeping all the buildings and not building new buildings and just making repairs to the buildings that we currently own and operate. And so the way to understand this spreadsheet here is the option numbers on the left, and as you work your way to the right, you can look at square footages, and those square footages are based on the state of New Mexico, the way that they allow us to build new schools. We can't build Taj Mahals, but they have a defined square footage calculator for those. So that's how all this is developed. And then on the far right, those two blue columns are based on a 52% local match and a 40% state match. So again, the hope is that will go down and some more funding will free up. Next slide.
So as we started to refine all the goals, we refined our 5-year master planning goals and basically came up with these that are similar to the ones you saw before, making sure we keep opportunities for students open, schools that are welcoming and safe and equitable, and we're talking about equity amongst regions, and culturally integrated. We thought it was important to have community support and have PAC facilities in each of the regions, if possible. Stable internet and training, cultural spaces, housing for teachers is obviously important. Equitable amenities for each of the regions like gyms, technologies, art programs, PAC, libraries, and health and emotional well-being. And even though this item wouldn't be funded through the master plan, it is something to note that district-wide district counselors would be something that the committee brought up. I'm going to talk a little bit about the financial resources here, and Donovan, you can jump in at any time on this if you like. We looked at all of the sources that were indicated that you might have for funding these projects. One would be, of course, your bonding capacity, which at this time is in a state of flux, basically. You can see here, if you were to bond today, you could go out for a $28 million bond, but in 3 years, that would be dropping down to $18 million. And that's based on the drop in assessed valuation in your area due to the closure of some of the plants. We did look at the SB 9 monies that come in, and when we looked at it in the, when we start looking at it in a couple slides, we made sure that we would say that you could count on about 1 million over the next 5 years or so. It is a little bit more now, but again, based on the levy and the assessed valuation, you can see how that drops. The PSCOC money, you do have some awards now, but none are on the boards at this time, so we're not counting on anything, even though you may get some of the system-based awards. And then the federal impact aid, and Donovan helped quite a bit with this. You had 16.4 million that came in, or that it was owed for 1920. You have 3.4 million in the funds right now, and we felt like we can count on 16.5 million over the next 5 years. And when I say 16.5 million, I'm referring to the portion of the impact aid that could be used for buildings. You do get more than that, as I understand it, but the other portion of that is for education programs. And so when we identified maximum funding sources, we put in 19 million for bond capacity, 5 million for SB 9 monies, that's times 5 years, 1 million times 5 years. The PSCOC awards is unknown, and then the impact aid is below, and that would total up to $126 million total. That would be maximum. And then in discussions with the committee, we really felt like the areas that we could be certain to count on the funding would be the impact aid. And so we took off of the ledger passing a bond, the SB 9 monies, or PSCOC awards, and we came up with a total of $102.3 million that we could use for expenditures on facilities in the next 5 years. And so the committee worked together on this chart, and I think many of you were in the meeting when we were working on this. Basically, these are the priority goals aligned with projects. The first being removing the portables. And so that's actually a positive on the list. That means that when you remove them and sell them, you should get some money for that. So we put a positive on that list. Then the Newcomb projects are next. Those are already on the docket to be built. They're already in design. They're already in planning. And so we wanted to put the money in on this list for paying for our portion. You'll be paying 10.5 for Newcomb Elementary, and then 12 million for all the extras that will be added onto that project for extra classes for immersion and so forth. The Newcomb Middle High, again, immersion included. Our portion of that would be 19.6 million. And then when we add in auxiliary gym, wrestling, PE offices, performing arts, and we add in money for expanding the PAC so that we can have a PAC facility at that school, because the state will not pay for that type of facility. They'll pay for the stage, but they won't pay for the seating. So we have to put in extra money. We put in 20 million for that. We do have two options here for TBA. The committee felt it was appropriate to rebuild TBA on the Shiprock campus and build an expanded core so that when the Shiprock High School is replaced, both schools could use the core facilities such as the kitchen and the library facilities and things like that. The first option would be to build the new TBA in a 7-8 configuration, 7th and 8th grade. The second would be to build it in the 6th through 8th configuration. And there has been some discussion amongst the committee as to whether the board will take action on moving 6th grades, back to their elementary home schools. And so we've given you both prices for whichever one happens. The next priorities on the list were based on equity. The one would be a PAC in the Newcomb area, which is included in 3A up here. We had mentioned doing a Newcomb swimming pool, which did come off the list in the final tally. But obviously still on the list. I think it's important to stay on the list, because if you actually have an increase in funding, your local match goes down, your impact aid money, all those kinds of things, you may end up being able to do that. So we recommend you keep it on your list. A Newcomb maintenance and bus facility is seen as being very, very important for that area, being that I don't think they have one now, or if they do, it's not in good repair at all. The other items on our list, if you'll remember our goals, safety and security, we want to make sure that we have money in there for upgrades on every campus that needs it, for upgrading doors, upgrading vestibules, card readers, and so forth. And then ADA, meaning handicap accessibility upgrades in the campuses that need those. We wanted to have money in there for that, 3.2 million. And then you'll remember Josh mentioned the deferred maintenance. All the priorities are add up to be $9 million for just level 1 deferred maintenance projects. We put in $4 million in there with the idea that SB 9 monies would be added to that potentially, or more money would come about if the decision was made to do TBA in the 7-8 configuration. You can see that down below. If that is chosen, the total is 97 million. And if the 6 through 8 is chosen, it's 102. And then of course our target was 102.3. So if we go with the 6th grade moving to the home schools, then we have the extra 5 million to put into the deferred maintenance. And that is it. Josh, I know you're there to help with the question and answers. What we are looking for from the board, this is a recommendation that comes from the committee to you, and we are looking for your approval of these priorities, the funding list, and then we can move forward with creating your master plan document that goes to the state.
I think we'll open it up for questions if there are any.
Any questions, board members?
Let's take one.
I have no questions. I don't have any questions.
Madam President, having sat through part of this planning committee, I don't have any questions. I think it's been treated pretty well.
Okay, I have a question. So, with all this information and this is 5 years, right? So, with the way our local economy is going, and then I think you probably see on here that we're going to be talking about SB 9. And so how does, I don't know what the exact words to say other than continues to go downhill. What does our 5-year master plan go out the window?
No, Madam President, no. And let me go back here to this other slide. You can see that the committee was really sensitive to that issue because you remember if you look back here at these funding sources, see how they're going down, and SB 9, see how that's going down. So we were concerned about that. We didn't want to put those things on the list, given the fact that we didn't know, that's based on assessed valuations, so it could go down more. So basically, all these projects are being funded on the portion of your federal impact aid that you're allowed to spend on facilities. And the committee felt like that was the most stable source of funding that you have. Now, in any master plan, you write your goals, you list your goals out that you want to do, and you try to do all of them, obviously. But if you fall short in funding, then not everything on the list gets done, right? So that could happen. But then the reverse could also happen where the state lowers your funding match. So you get to keep more of this money that is in this column and put it towards other things and things like that. So basically, when you write a master plan, you are saying, these are our priorities. We do intend to do these, but if funding falls short, then we may fall short of doing these priorities, but we're going to do them in the order that we said we were going to do them.
Okay, there's a more pressing priority. There's room to.
Yeah, this isn't doesn't have to be fixed. If something, an emergency occurs where the roof fails at an elementary school, you may have to shift your funding around to continue to operate. This is really meant to be, it's your plan, but this is your plan. It doesn't mean you have to stick to it exactly. Now, if you decided you were going to rebuild Shiprock High School tomorrow instead of TBA, the state would probably require an update to your facility master plan before you were to do that. But as far as being somewhat dynamic It doesn't mean you can't shift if you need to. It's your guide.
Okay, and then two, I like how you keep saying this is your plan, this is the community's plan. However, you don't go as far as the disclaimer on it.
What is the disclaimer?
PED, state.
Yeah.
May I?
That's a good point, actually.
May I?
The state, what the state does is gives us guardrails, basically. When we're going to rebuild a facility, they ask for some information. For instance, we have to provide the demographics to show how big we're going to build it, and prove that. They also give us some guidelines as to square footages, and we can build a school as big as we want it. But if it is in excess of the size they think it should be, then we have to pay for the extras, as you saw on the list up here in 2A and so forth, and 3A where we're paying for extras. So we do follow their guidelines in terms of square footage.
So with that said, I mean, when you think about it, and if there's a school district in the state of New Mexico, say Santa Fe, Los Alamos, they have all the thriving businesses around there that, whereas, if they want a state of the art, or as Miss Molly had put it, you can build a high school as big as you want, but it comes out of your money. And so we don't have that privilege. And so I feel like it's still unequal. There's still no equity.
Right.
And so compared to our location in the state, compared to, those urban areas.
Yeah. May I?
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
So that's kind of why when you look at that, especially that slide right there, I think the importance in that last meeting was to be conservative in the planning itself. And also it was really predicated off the consideration of where we are economically and the lack thereof of the economic development in the area. But at the same time gives a little bit of a buffer just in case we come into more funding to be able to do that. I think that was a general consensus, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
That's correct. I mean,
That's correct.
we try to be conservative given the San Juan Generating Station has shut down, and the impact of that is still to be determined. The economists can try to predict how it's going to change, and they have, and we received documentation showing what the bond capacity they think will be based on how the tax assessment will change. The assessed value is going to change. But board president is right. This facility master plan is shaped around the guidelines and the rules and the regulations that the state defines. And to some extent we're at the mercy of the rules. And so we're trying to play the game the way that the rules are written. And so this facility master plan is doing that. We start out by teaching the committee the rules, then we give them the data, and then we try to develop options that you see on the board based on the data and the rules that we have to follow. So it's not a unrestricted game. We're bound by the rules that the state defines.
I appreciate that, Madam President, because again, as I've said, when I went down to Albuquerque during the legislative committee meetings, and we were looking at bills, and I posed the question to one of the representatives about, did they even take that into consideration when they were talking about that match? And there was that hesitation in answering, which told me they didn't. So again, we are basically at the mercy of what they allow us to do. with the limited funding and, quite frankly, the economic policies that they impose on these areas that directly impact us. So again, that was a point that I had made in that last meeting, was for us to be conservative in our development. So it would allow, just in case we do come into extra funding or some of the models change or the funding formulas change, that hopefully that'll put us in a little bit better position. But at the same time, being involved at the state level with those policies that directly impact our community and our county as well. So thank you.
And I feel like, you know, the same opportunities that Kirtland and Shiprock have, you know, with newer, you know, schools, and then also a venue like the PAC centers, and then the swimming pool, to have that vision, and I don't take credit for that vision. It was Mr. Carlson. How come we don't have one down south at Newcomb Noshchitty? And so I thought, oh my goodness, I never even thought of that. But, you know, to see what our community, what our students could do with that, I think it would be great. And we always say we're the hub of the community. And, you know, with all this, it really, I sit here and then sometimes wonder that with state and PED, you know, we sit in those legislative and committee meetings, and we're here to talk, and it's always Native this, Navajo this, we're going to do this, and we're going to give them money, and all for the kids, all for the education. But when it comes down to it, you know, they don't talk about those things that tie us, and the caveats, the even with impact aid, and then especially now, and I like what has been said before, is that and it's almost like you want to, don't you get it? I mean, where we have these policies coming down and they're affecting us with these closures. So how do you make it better? How and the community really needs to see this and put this together, our constituents, and for our children's sake. You know, how is it better? You know, and I feel like we're the sacrifice. The students, our children, are the sacrifice now for renewables. And I went on and letting you know a little bit more of what our district is facing, but you know, even you get it. I mean, that's not to say that you're lesser, you know, but it's like, come on, and it's just and then all this is just like formalities, just to say you did it, just to say, oh, that's done, and then we give hope to our audience, our constituents, you know, of this meeting, you know, that what vision that was talked about from Superintendent Carlson, you know, that, you know, something like that could be built, and then legislatures are talking about career readiness and how our students, well, shoot, you know, our vacancies, the what was pointed out as unused, those could be used as partnerships with Dene College, with NTU. I mean, we know what to do with them. But I don't know. I'm just frustrated. Thank you. Any more questions, board members? Comments? Okay, I guess we'll go on to the next one. Thank you. Thank you, Miss Molly.
Thank you, Madam President. We do need to ask the board for their approval of of this plan that we have, that you see on the screen, or let us know of any changes that need to be made so that we can prepare your document and submit it to the state.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I don't know, Candace, if you want them to do that tonight or at a different meeting, or?
Molly, board president, I think the only thing I see that would need to be corrected is possibly the TBA location. Mr. Carlson and I met with PSFA on Monday last week and toured the new possible location for TBA. So we would need to correct that.
And where would that be?
The possibility that we were looking at was over at SAO at the south of the admin campus, correct?
Okay, we have a price on that, and we'll put that new price in. I don't think it's going to change it a lot, will it, Josh?
No, I think it's the same cost. It's 4A. I don't. It's hard for me to see on the screen. I don't remember if the larger core was included in the final recommendation or not, Molly, but I believe 4A.
4A, I think.
Yeah,
Or
4A.
6 through 8.
That's the 6 through 8. So it'd be 5A is the 7 and 8.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then, is there eventually going to be any sharing on that campus with the high school or anything? Because if there's not, we don't have to build a bigger core.
No.
So then 5A would be the
It would be
recommendation.
the standalone facility.
Okay, and then per board action about the sixth graders, we just need to know if you're moving the sixth graders or you're not moving them, depending on which one. This would be 5A or 4A.
Correct.
And that would need to be a board decision once we've given them all the data so that they can make that decision as a board.
Okay. Very good. And so we need the board to give us the go-ahead to write the document. So that's either now or some other meeting.
Actually, it's on the agenda to be approved today.
Yes,
action item.
but I think we're going to go ahead and hold it off because there's that item with TBA. We're going to have to wait on that. So we'll go ahead and pull that. And
We will update the pricing for the location and send that back to you guys. And then at the time that you make your decision on the sixth grades, that can come together and we can write the document. Does that make sense?
Yes, Molly. We'll have to probably present that at June's meeting. Is that correct, Board President?
hopefully, yes.
Okay.
We can go ahead and get started on your document. There's a lot we can do in the meantime. It's just when we send the final copy over to the state, we want to have that right for you.
May I ask a question on these facilities? Is it just the school itself, or what about roads, or is that all figured into the
And Josh, you want to answer that?
into the project?
I would have to clarify that with the roads, bringing roads in. I would say from the private, where the property becomes private property, and in this case, it would be leased property, then that would be on the district.
No, if TBA is proposed for south of the admin building, I mean, I'm wondering how much, because the road to the admin itself is horrible. So I can imagine the traffic that's going to go through there now. And then I haven't been on that road in the
South side has that access to
Yeah.
south entrance.
Josh, don't you have included on-site?
But a lot of
development?
those roads are roads on the reservation. They're not designed for that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so she, Molly, she's talking about what I understand are what would be, I would call the city roads, or the roads that are maintained by
Well,
the Transportation
near the
Authority.
school, yeah.
Yeah, those are public roads, not, I would say, I believe that the state would contribute to the roads that are on the property. But I'd have to clarify this, but I don't know that the state would agree to upgrade the road to the new TBA school from the public streets. I think they would generally defer that to the city or the Transportation Authority, whoever in Shiprock is responsible for the public roads, the tribe.
So, but just know that they're not designed for that type of traffic and capacities. So a lot of them are already cracking, breaking off on the ends, and so like I said, I haven't been on that back road, and I don't know what condition.
I didn't
So
drive
I'm
on the back
wondering.
road either. I did drive all the way back to the back, past the admin building, but I've not been on the southern road there where you could get in from the backside. Yeah.
I will say that the good news is that especially if you do the 7-8 TBA, it's for about 300 students, so it's not going to be a huge amount of traffic generated by a school that size.
Miss Molly, I don't know about your optimism.
We try to keep you positive.
I just don't know.
gotta look on the bright
Buses are
side.
heavy. And
Yes,
they-
well, not only that, but food delivery and
Yeah.
things like that going in there. Even your construction going in there is going to tear up that road to build that school.
Candace, I don't know if you guys do offsites for that kind of stuff or not, and how much.
Board President, let me ask a clarifying question. You're talking about the main entrance road that we use currently to get into SAO, is that correct?
Both in and out, the south side and the north side.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
That would be a consideration for both the north side and the south side.
Okay, so, as you know, Board Member Montoya, you've been back there and you've seen the new road that we've built into the housing. That road is also projected out to go to the south exit and entrance, as you spoke. Board President, I'm not sure that you've been able to take that tour of that road. But in the construction of the new facility, the roadways in existing and new would be a part of this project, just as they are with the new Newcomb project. That new road that we're building in, parking lot, bus loop, and drop off, that is all part of the project as a whole. Does that help?
My question was, if the project of a new school, does that include the roads and how far out? That was my question.
Board President, yes, it does include the roads inside our lease property. It does not include a public road that would be Navajo DOT or a BIA road.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions, comments, board members? Okay, we'll continue on. Thank you, Josh.
Thank
Miss
you.
Molly.
It's been a pleasure.
Candace.
Thank you, Board President, members of the board. Thank you, Ms. Thompson.
Thank you, everybody. And community members, thank you for your input in this very important project.
Absolutely. They were fantastic.
It would have been nice to see the other two, Miss Lucy and the other gentleman that works for CCSD. They were there when I attended. Tell them thank you.
Yes, I will, Board President. Miss Lucy is on. Mr. Armenta is not available with us tonight, but I will pass that along.
Okay. We'll go on to item F, report on safety. Did I skip one? Okay, I did. We are on E, graduation ceremony update, handicap accessibilities and no bag policy by high school principals and Peter Deswood.
Good evening, board members, Secretary Wells, Vice President Haskey online, President Aspis, Mr. Carlson, colleagues, and everybody out there on the Zoom link. So this is in response to the presentation that was provided by principals and the work session. We did convene and actually sent out information and gathered information from the principals, and that's what's provided. Yes. Mm-hmm.
At midnight, I'll realize I forgot.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, not that I plan to be here at midnight, but I think this is important. I'm sorry. So, by the people that are having the light installed at Ninahanzad, they are listening, and can we, their wishes were to, if they were able to attend the meeting set up with NTUA, could you provide a answer to that, Ms. Chappelle? Okay. I'll share that with you. All right, thank you. Okay.
my heart skipped a beat because I was like, lights. I don't remember lights. All right. Okay, we'll go to the next slide. So this is for this year's graduations. So Shiprock High School, their procedures, each student will get 20 tickets for guests. Bags at the event, bags are prohibited except small purses and diaper bags. Food, no outside food or drinks during the ceremony. Handicap access, there are rails and wheelchair access on the north side of the pit. Go ahead.
Okay, you have it labeled as Brock High School, and for the most part, before you go any further, I feel like this is a board, this should have been a board vote on what we want, and then also that it's standardized with all the schools, not specifically for Shiprock, not specifically for career prep. So, I mean, we've had issues where students, say a cheerleader, and wasn't allowed into the gym because she had her bag. That's going too far. And so we got to use some common sense. And then I've heard the talks about clear bag and a bag, and to me I feel like I'm hoping that we're having a lot of security to where that they can search, and if they're not willing to search it, then no bag. That's what I would like to see done. But again, I hope we're not doing it by schools, because it needs to be standardized. It needs to. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment, Board President. If we get into a little bit more the details of the presentation, you'll see there are common themes among the schools. So that's one thing that we'll take a look at. And of course, these are the current practices, and if the board wishes, those are absolutely things that the schools can do and to make those accommodations. Like I was saying, as far as handicap access, this is on the same side as the entry doorway. Honor parents of the top 10 students will have seating available on the pit floor to the side of the graduates. Okay, and then parking for board members. West side of the pit, enter through the back doors. Security will be there to let them in. So seating on the stage, high school administrators, master of ceremonies, guest speaker, and school board members. VIP guests will be seated on the pit floor to the side of the graduates. EMS will be contacted about the event so they can present and be present and aware of the event taking place. Very similar career prep. Bags are prohibited except small purses and diaper bags. And like I said, if the board wishes to take this in a different direction, that's absolutely something that can be done. Food, no outside food, very similar to the previous one. Handicap access, the PAC has ramps and handicap access and seating areas. Parents of valedictorian and salutatorian, there will be 6 seats reserved in the front row for each. So parking for board members, there will be reserved parking for board members on the southeast side. There will be an attendant who will move the cones and let the board members in the building. Setting on the stage, board members, speakers, and school officials will be seated on the stage. Security, our LSA, Gary, is coordinating with David and Devin to provide security for the graduation ceremony. Next one. Newcomb High School, open seating in the Skyhawk gym for the community. Parental seating on the floor Doors will open at 5 p.m. Same thing, bags, the bag policy is the same as well. Again, food, no outside food or drink during the ceremony. Handicap access, there are specific areas on the floor level of the gym, handicap parking available inside the gated area. Honor parents, parents of the top 10 students will have seating available closer to the stage. Parking for the board members, parking available in the gated area inside of the Skyhawk Gym parking lot. So seating on the stage, high school administrators, master of ceremony, guest speaker, school board members. Mr. Brooks was wondering how many board members will be attending so they can get the appropriate number of chairs. And then Newcomb High continued VIP guests seated on the floor, or the gym floor, to the side of the graduates. Safety, security, 9 safety security team members will be on duty, parking lot, traffic control, and inside of the gym. In fact, Amanda and I were talking with David and Devin, our safety team, in looking at the funding for this particular request. Fire and rescue will be contacted about the event so they can be present and aware of the event taking place. Kirtland Central, each graduate will receive 10 tickets if it rains and needs to be held inside. Again, the bag is very similar. Same with the food. Handicap access, there will be handicap parking on the fence by the entrance to the football field, the south side of the football field, and the north side of the shot put field. There will be signs and personnel assigned to the handicap areas. Someone at the gate will take tickets and allow the person assisting in as well. There will also be chairs on the track in front of the stands. There will be golf carts available with someone to drive them. Honor parents will be seated on the field to the left of the stage. Students will be there to help with seating. If we have to go to the gym, they will be seated in the first row of the west side bleachers. So VIP guests will be seated on the field to the left of the stage and mentioned in my speech. I need to know if anyone is coming so I can mention his or her name. Also, EMS will be notified to set up in the parking lot behind the cafeteria doors. There will be a shuttle from Bond Wilson to the field starting at 9:15 a.m. and operating for 45 minutes after the graduation ends. Gates will open at 8 a.m. We will have 10 security people in attendance, 4 deputies, 4 safety officers, and 2 ESS guards. Board members will have reserved parking in the handicap parking spots in front of the school. Your names will be given to the student guides. Please bring ID if you have it. Please enter through the main school entrance. We will walk out on the field together at 9:45 a.m. Please come to the front office for your flower and to line up. There will be a continental breakfast set up by 9:15 a.m. I think this one was, EMS will be notified and set up behind cafeteria doors. I think I already covered these two. Go ahead and go to the next one. And 10 security personnel. Oh, these are duplicates. Oh, all right. These are all, those are the updates as far as the high school graduation, any of the procedures that are set up for your attendance and for any of our guests that will be attending the graduation ceremonies. Questions, board members?
Madam Chairman, I
Yes.
have a question.
Go ahead.
Are there, will there be seating available for spouses of board members at Kirtland?
Yes, we can set that up. It did say to let them know if who will be attending, if there are any guests. Are you talking about on the stage?
No.
Oh, just in the audience?
No, they're usually seated with the administrators.
Yes, but we can make that adjustment. Our principals are tuning in online as well.
The reason I ask that is, I was under the impression that that was the situation last year, and when my wife went to sit, what we thought was assigned for spouses, she was practically accosted by one of the teachers there that was supervising, treated very rudely. I'd like for that not to happen.
I apologize for that. We will definitely look into that. I will touch base with Dr. Benedict.
I think all of us were belittled. I don't know what you put out, you would call it. And, you know, I don't know what to say to that other than these students are our future, and to exploit them and use them to get back to the board is pretty sad. And I share with Mr. Wells, you know, that those treatments, and most of it has been from Kirtland. And I go back to the handicapped and the elderly. Well, first of all, why aren't the principals here? I mean, this is that's why we go through this. I would have wanted to have them here in person, but it's too late now. But to go back and to remember the ceremonies of before, and we have people that come in a long ways, you know, to attend to see their graduate walk. And a lot of people come back and they say, this is for the graduate, this is for the student. But no, you know, you have these family members who take time to come out and support. And so our elderly, our handicap area in Kirtland is not, and especially to this year, it's going to be at 10 a.m. and it's probably going to be warm, you know, hot. And so we have somebody that's acting like a doctor at the gate, looking people up and down. Oh, no, you're fine. You can go up there and walk up there to the stands. We don't need that. We have a big liability if something should happen. And so I really think we need to take a look at that. And if that's where they're going to be seated in the front of the state, in front of the stands, there needs to be more. And then also, you know, the people that help them. And you know, when everything is done and it's, you know, people are dispersed, it can be chaotic. And why would you want elder or handicapped person there, you know, and people looking for? So I you know, really need to look at these situations and think about that. Thank you. Any questions, comments, board members?
President Aspis, may I respond to some of the comments? You're right, you know, just, you know, those are valid concerns, and that has been a, I guess, a focus for Mr. Carlson's administration is customer service. So just really reminding our staff that we're here for the kids, and we're also here for parents. So, you know, just to address that question. Another question, I did okay for principals not to be here, so I'll own that. Just, you know, just to present this information, because I was the one that kind of, you know, took responsibility for gathering this information to be presented to the board. So I'll take responsibility for the principals not being here. But I will touch base with the principals and go over some of these concerns with them, and then try to rectify those concerns. Thank you.
And, I don't have a spouse, but I usually bring, somebody from my family, my daughter, or before it was my father. And I certainly don't want them treated that way. So, and then Shiprock, it's been said about their handicap area, that it's on the other side of the stand or something like that. But if I think it's just something that we're going to need to work with, and so because usually that's inside, and then I also want to mention, I got an email here, and I don't know if all the board got it or received it, but it's from Mrs. Peshlikai. And those of you that don't know Miss Peshlikai, she's the one that lost 2 girls during the state tournament. And I know there's been a new principal down in Newcomb, so he doesn't know, but this family, when they litigated their loss, and they were able to sue the place, and so for the day, there's a day out of a year that they that restaurant, all the proceeds go to the family, and with no alcohol profits from there, but it goes to the family, and the family has been generous, and they have been the ones to offer 2 scholarships for the boy and the girl there at the school. And so that's been something that has been done before COVID, and now with things, kind of normal, then I would like to see that still done, and their loss was priceless, and I think I don't want to say they earned it, but I think we need to respect them enough to allow them to make that presentation during the graduation of the scholarship, and if possible, that if they do attend, that they're seated in the VIP also. Thank you. And then also, we just seen the Honorable Council Delegate Eugenia Charles Newton this earlier today, and she is attending our graduations, Shiprock and Newcomb, and I forget the third one, but in situations like that, I think it's nice that our Netanis come out and they're there, and so we shouldn't have to go in and invite them. If they're there and they say they're, a delegate, then they need to be treated as such. That's what I think our district is unique, where we have our chapter officials, our council delegates, and even for Mr. Duncan, if he walks in, I hope somebody knows enough. Hey, Mayor of Kirtland's here. So we need to know our community and respect them also. Thank you. Any other questions, comments, board members?
I'd just like to make a comment. I completely agree with the elderly. I think it's a lot of our students. This is one of the biggest events that they'll celebrate. And I think it's important that we really provide good seating for the elderly, for the grandparents, because they are important in all our students' lives. So I agree with everything that's been said so far. Thank you.
So any other questions, board members, comments? And with this email, I'll be replying that to speak with Mr. Brooks again.
Yes, I will touch base with Mr. Brooks in the morning.
Okay, and yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we're going on to item F, and we'll do a Wi-Fi check. Vice President Haskey.
I'm here, but you sound a little staticky.
Okay, and Board Member George?
I'm here. Thank
Okay.
you.
Okay. So going on to item F, and that's report on safety data sheet, chemical inventory, supplies, eye wash, sinks, showers, hepatitis shots. The district provides for health staff and custodians by Candace Thompson.
Again, board president, members of the board, Superintendent Carlson. This request, there are several involved in this process. So we'll start with the first item, the safety data sheets. We have binders binders are provided at all the schools with all the updated safety data information in them. And we do have those for all items, all chemicals, which are stored in our warehouse. Ms. Ray, can you please open the warehouse spreadsheet? So Ms. Ray has provided all the chemicals, disinfectants that we are currently using and have stored in the warehouse. I don't know if there is something specific that the board was wanting information on, but there is the inventory that has been provided by the warehouse. Thank you, Ms. Ray, for sharing that. The next item on the list is the eye wash, sinks, and showers. There are eye wash stations available in all health offices. Also, there are 25 in the schools. Currently, there are 5 out of service, 3 in Shiprock High, and then 2 at Kirtland High. One at Shiprock High has become a general classroom, so it is not being used. One is in a portable at Shiprock High, which is not being used, and one that is in the wood shop that is currently being repaired, along with 2 others at Kirtland High School that are experiencing a low water pressure issue, and they are being addressed. The next item is hepatitis shots. The district does provide these vaccinations on request by staff, by maintenance and custodial staff. With that, I stand for questions.
Before you go further on that, on the chemical list that you had and the way this reads, safety data sheet, the way I know that and the importance of it is really in case somebody ingests or splashes or and that what to do in those cases. Does that cover that?
Board President, yes, ma'am, it does.
Okay.
That is exactly, I wished I could show you the display that these binders are kept in, very quick to access. It does have all the safety information, data sheets in them. Just like you said, if somebody gets it in their eyes or spills it on them or accidentally ingest it, these sheets do have the information as to the actions that should be taken in the event that there is an accident.
Okay, thank you.
And the nurses do have access to that also, Board President.
Okay.
Board
Any-
President Aspis, may I have a couple of questions?
Yes, I was just going to open it up. Go ahead, Board Member George.
Thank you. Ms. Thompson, do we have any documentation as far as any training to the staff? Because I know with our required trainings for the Big Five, these safety data sheets are not in there. And they're not told where these locations of the eye wash is. There's the shower, the chemical shower, or like what labels to look for, whether it's chemicals, flammable. There's no training on that to the staff that's that I know that's documented, and we really need to get on board with that so that the staff know, because if something was to happen, the first place they go is like the front office, and they're like, I don't know, I don't know, and that red binder sits up on a shelf, and it's lifeless. I think we really need to get more training on that. And then what about the eye wash that's supposed to be in the science classroom?
Board President, Board Member George, when you say there needs to be more training for staff, are you talking about teachers? I know our custodians and our maintenance, we have had POMs train them on how to read safety data sheets. Brady, who provides chemicals to our custodians, have also, we've had trainings with them. There are the 25 eye wash stations and showers that I'm speaking of are in the science labs.
Okay, yeah, I think it's in the best interest that all staff employees should be, because we don't ever know when someone's going to get contaminated. I know a lot of staff, a lot of them help out. They do their duties and then they go and help somebody else, or they're helping students with certain projects, and we just don't know what kind of chemicals they have access to. And I know that like at lunchtime,
some of the staff help wipe down the tables, and, some of them even mop up the floor or whatnot. And so, some of them, they just help out a lot. And so I think that they all should know, per OSHA guidelines, I think that they all should know, whether or not they are teachers or custodial, and I just think that they all should be trained. Thank you.
Thank you, board member George. Yes, I can certainly coordinate with our HR department to see that we can maybe get a vector training out to the remainder of the staff in the district so that they are aware of how to read the safety data sheets and what processes they should take in case of an event.
I'd like to make a comment.
Go ahead, Vice President Haskell.
I would just be really cautious with using that vector training tool, because I think when we went before the LFC, that was one of the findings that they said that we were using that tool too much, that we needed more in person, or I don't remember, other type of training tools. So I would be very cautious in terms of using that, just that platform for all our trainings. I would prefer something like that to be more personable, in person, something that, especially in terms of the importance and the safety with these different things that board member George stated. I think those things need to be in person. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments, board members? I have a question on those eye washes and are those certified by anybody? I mean, such as our extinguishers?
Board president, they are inspected and signed off to make sure that they are working properly.
By who?
Our plumbers do it. They verify that they're working properly, and then I believe that our fire extinguisher provider also does it at the beginning of the school year.
Okay, and I haven't heard much about the shots. I don't know if it's just hepatitis or say diabetics or how is that done? I mean, with the district doesn't have very many nurses, so how do we take care of that?
Board president, if the employee requests that they would like to have that vaccination, we then get them in contact with Reliance or IHS, a medical provider, to provide that series of shots to the employee. It's not a requirement of the district for our employees to have that, but if they request it, we're more than happy to provide that series to them. And it is done by a medical doctor.
Board President Aspis, may I?
Go ahead.
Ms. Thompson, can we, or probably Superintendent, let me correct myself. Can we have the house staff, custodial, who else? The educational assistants get hepatitis shots? Because if they're infected by any kind of bodily fluid, it's better that they get the hepatitis before instead of after, because they're it's better if they have protection before they get. Let's just use a nurse for example. If she was given a shot of some kind for immunizations, let's say for an example, and she stuck herself, it'd be better if she already had the series prior to the start of school, then rather than her getting poked and then saying, oh, I need to go get a hepatitis shot series started. Just as an example, but thank you.
Board President,
Go ahead.
are we inclined to give medical suggestions or directions from board?
That was to superintendent, so it's
Okay.
up to him.
All right.
It was a directive to anyone else, but she rephrased it. So it's up to you.
Board President, may I?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, that what I just stated is in the HIPAA. I'm sorry, not the HIPAA. The Hep B vaccination clause that we have, that every CCSD employee signs during the Big Five series, and we are, as a district, required to provide it to workers who are at risk exposure to bodily fluids. But thank you.
Okay, there you go. Any other
there any-
questions, comments, board members? Okay, we'll go on to item G.
Thank you, Board President. Thank you, board members.
Thank you, Candace. Discussion and overview of SB 9 and bonds by Jermaine Chappelle, Doris Sutherland, Herbie Ellison, and Pat Ives.
We're gonna tag team. I should actually hand out the presentations, that would be helpful. Do I need to turn it on?
Okay, I guess we'll test. Everybody, can you hear me? It's on? Okay. Good evening, Board Chairman, board members, and Superintendent Carlson. For those that don't know, my name is Doris Sutherland. I am a school finance business consultant, and I appreciate the opportunity to be working with CCSD during this transition of finance. And Tonight, I will be presenting the capital funding, my portion of the capital funding options for school districts. This is basic information that I provide to new superintendents and board members, and I do training. So it's kind of the basic level. We've added some information pertaining particularly to CCSD. So as we go through the presentation, anytime you have a question, just feel free to interrupt and we'll answer the question, okay? The first thing I want to do is to advise you that this presentation is prepared from a school finance officer's perspective and is just general information. In no way should this information substitute for the expert financial advice you would see from your district's municipal advisor and your bond attorney. Tonight we will be presenting an overview of SB 9 and GO bonds, the funding mechanisms, a review of relevant changes in law, status of plant closures, economic development projects, and potential implications, and as well as next step recommendations. Jermaine and I will tag team. I will address the funding sources, and she will take on the economic and recommendations as far as the economy. There are local sources for capital funding. As we know, we've talked about at the prior meeting, and we can clarify and answer questions tonight, is 2 mil levy is a local tax initiative. It is voted on every 6 years, and it imposes a 2 mil levy on taxpayers, and I think it's been in place in CCSD as long as I know, so I'm assuming that it's been there for quite some time in place. The other option is to issue debt, which is a bond election. Those are definitely voter approved. And also another option that you have is education technology notes, which CCSD has not issued. So it's not really applicable to CCSD, but there could be a time when that discussion needs to happen. And so we can just highlight that as we go along. Okay, SB 9 levy requires voter approval every 6 years. The tax rate shall not exceed $2 per 1,000 of assessed value. The voters vote on 2 mil, and it can't exceed 2 mil. As you know, the assessed valuation is 1/3 of the actual valuation that's set by the assessor's office. So you are taxed on 1/3 of the value of your property. Elections are held in November in conjunction with statewide elections. The state picks up the cost if they are held in November. You do have an option to hold it another time outside of that, but at that time it would have to be paper ballot, and the district would have to pick up that cost. So the resolutions that are usually issued are concerning board seats as well as the elections, 2 mil or bond. SB 9 2 mil levy, as taxes that are collected by the county treasurer, they are sent to the district, usually on a monthly basis. Unlike the bond debt, there are no funds available up front. So it's like a monthly income to the district, and as you receive it, you can spend it. Bond debt, as you know, when you issue a bond, you get the money up front, and you're required to spend it within a certain amount of time on projects that were approved. But SB 9 is considered local funding, and it is generated by the 2 mil assessed to property owners. SB 9 is also matched by the state at an amount of the prior year match adjusted by the preceding years. There's a complex formula that they use at the tax and rev to set the amount allocated for SB 9 local funding. Having an SB 9 levy in place Also affects the availability of PSFA funding or PSCOC funding. What the PSFA, PSCOC look at is if the district has passed the 2 mil levy, they feel like the taxpayers in the district are supporting the projects that the district has in place. So they look more favorably on allocating those funds to the district because they feel like the board has gone out and gotten the support of the constituents with the mill levy election for that 2 mil. Question?
So I've seen in the news how, different districts have gone and whether it was bonding or, something else that they weren't supported. I mean, what a way to find out.
Exactly.
And do we want to do that? Do we want to waste money? And because all of that takes money, to go and put that up for election or, everybody knows the plight of the area, and is that the way we want to find out? And it's not because they don't support, it's just because the means,
That is a consideration, and some districts, I know Aztecs didn't pass the first time because they had somebody actively working against it. But when they went back, then they had to go back, and because it's such a vital maintenance fund for districts, they determined that they were going to go back out and issue paper ballots and pass it, and it did pass the next time around. So it is very important for education, for people to understand. I think that the 2 mil levy is easier to pass than a bond, in my experience, than a bond election because it's in place, it has been in place, and it's strictly used for maintenance or activity, athletic buses. If you have enough money to save up, you can do that. But it cannot be used for salaries and benefits, and it cannot be used for administrative offices or expenses. So I think that appeals to voters as well. So it is a consideration on the thing that might influence is that the district would not pick up the tab if you can schedule it on a November ballot. So that would be, but there should be education, a lot of education. When I've worked with districts to pass either 2 mil or a GO bond, we did a big campaign that we talked to every organization, every group that would listen, to let them know this is what we're using the money for. These are examples of what's happened. This is how you repair those roofs. This is how you can match your state money in order to get the biggest bang for your buck with PSFA. So I think it's just a matter of educating voters and letting them know that it will not increase their taxes. Even if the valuation in the district goes down, the 2 mil cannot exceed 2 mil. So it's going to be level at 2 mil per taxpayer as it is right now. So you can legitimately say that this will not increase your taxes if this is passed.
It's also controlled by the Constitution of New Mexico, right, the amount?
The amount is,
Yeah.
yes. So it can never
Absolutely.
exceed 2 mil. And you're asking the voter to approve 2 mil, so you cannot exceed that. Around GO bonds now. Okay, the other option that you have is to issue debt with a GO bond, which the district has done in the past, and you see that you have a capacity of debt that you could issue. It requires elections to be held every 4 years. It doesn't require it. You will have an option to hold them. You cannot hold them any less than every 4 years. Board President?
So when they, the last last week when they brought up about GO bonds. You know, I thought we were talking like GEO.
Oh,
And,
general obligation bonds?
yes, I mean, and instead of, now that I see it spelled out, is general obligation
Obligation
bond.
bonds, yes,
And so,
yeah. That's a good point because
we
we
need to
take
get
that,
away from acronyms, you know.
we take that for granted when we talk the lingo and we don't,
Yeah.
we assume
And
that
I was
everybody's.
like, what are we doing with land? I thought we said that there was no, and
Geo bonds.
it confused me, and I wanted to stop it and ask, but, you know, the time, and
Yeah.
so I didn't, but seeing it here now, it makes sense.
Yes. As in the past, when the district has passed GO bonds and the way that the bond principal and interest debt is paid is by the collection of the taxes. So the tax rate is set determined by the amount of debt that you want to issue and the terms of the loan. So think of it as you wanted to go buy a house and you had to consider all of these things. What is the interest? How long can we make the payments? And then the revenue to make that payment will come from the taxpayers. It'll be an assessed amount that that's assessed to the taxpayers for making those payments. So the district has been making payments on, I think, four issues that are still in place. And because some of the debt was relieved with the impact aid, as far as the teacher housing issues, then you do have some cash balance left, and we'll talk about that later in the presentation. But they are collected monthly by the state treasurer once they're implemented, and it is assessed to the property owners, and it is based on the total value of the district. The allowed amount of debt for a district cannot exceed 6% of the district's assessed value. And as Mr. Montoya mentioned, that is in statute. So you cannot be indebted more than 6% of your total district valuation. Right now, the 6% of the district's evaluation, based on the numbers we have and what I saw on the presentation for the facilities master plan, 6% is $48 million is what you have as your limit as a school district. Right now, you have debt of $20 million that you're paying on. So there's an option of $28 million there that you could go out to debt, to issue. The taxes paid by property owners will be set each year by the taxation and revenue based upon the district's assessed valuation of the valuation of residential, non-residential, centrally assessed. Centrally assessed is the property that's assessed by the state because they're statewide, whether it's a railroad, telephone lines, P&M, anything that serves more than just your district. It's assessed it's called centrally assessed by the state of New Mexico. Okay? And that's your biggest valuation as a school district, is in the centrally assessed. Yes, Chairman?
So, I think this is relevant. So any changes to I'm not sure if I should say title or the homeowner title, but any changes, if you want to, say, add another person or, include them, and then, so they go back and they assessed the property again, whereas the property or the house was at, say, you bought it back 30, 40 years ago, and at that time, the house was probably maybe $60,000. And then, so now that you made changes Now, your property is now at 300,000. Is that along with those?
This
what
would,
you're
this would
talking
be
about?
correct. As the assessor reassesses property, they go out and appraise. They have to do it every 5 years. They can do it less than that, but they try to at least do it every 5 years. That's when the value set would then show up on the tax bill.
See,
So they don't go and do it every year. They just do a what they call a reassessment, a reappraisal, and go back out and reappraise property.
so those are my questions, and those are things that I would like to know, because some of my constituents deal with those property issues, you know, the taxes and the having them appraised and whatnot. But you know, whereas on the reservation side, we don't hear of that. You know, we don't know what happens, and so that's why I really want to be informed, and for that reason, when we do go to vote, and it was something that I really had not thought of, but I think there's truth to it, and that was a large part of our district is Navajo. So when these come up to vote, you have the large majority voting yes, when the ones responsible for that money is a small minority, and really it's not fair. So that's, you know, we need to look at those situations.
Right. And that's a great point. From my experience, I've helped some districts try to work through bond issues, and take TRC, for instance. They have huge property owners, right? Their main 10 property owners are the biggest taxpayers. So the 10 of those 10 property owners will be responsible for the majority of the taxes that are imposed. But everybody can vote on it. So anybody that's just paying rent in town or isn't assessed a tax base, they can vote yes, but it isn't impacting them. So your point is well taken, because the bond issue down there did not pass, because the ranchers came out really opposed to it, and people understood that, look what it's going to do to them. So they did go back again and clarify and voted for it, but that is a consideration, is that everybody that votes yes is not affected by the tax rate.
And for that reason, you know, when we talk about this, the first talks that we had with Miss Regina was concerning the prepayment, and I feel like that P&M should take that from us, should pay that.
Right. And I think those are conversations that we really need to have when it gets right down to GO bonding, because there are a lot of issues that are going to affect that and affect your decision making. But I think tonight, to make it 3 minutes or less,
Well, see,
was the SB 9
yeah,
issue.
see that, but again, you know, that's what's kind of held me off, and because I would like it to be for the board to understand and see if that's something we could do, to have. I mean, I've asked Ms. Regina a lot of questions, and you know, as far as when you prepay or when you pay off something early, you kind of expect a savings somewhere. You know,
Yes.
Whether it be interest, whether it be, you know, just a lump some, or, I asked those questions and she said no. And so that figure was to be paid off in 2032.
I think those are legitimate issues, and I think that in order to address those, when you start talking about the general obligation bond repayment, I think that there's a lot more analysis that needs to be done. I would like to personally see how is the impact aid offsetting the revenue that if you didn't pass the GO bond. There are downsides to paying off your debt and lowering the tax rate, because if you ever have to go back, if there's an issue that comes up and you ever do need the funding, because right now you're okay with it, not using your impact aid, but there could come a time that you needed additional funding that you don't have available other than GO bonds. And then if you were to decide to go out for that GO bond, it would definitely raise the taxes on taxpayers, and it would be a difficult sell, because you would have to let them know, you haven't had any debt because we've cleared our debt for you. It's like if you pay off your mortgage, but then, later you decide, oh, I need to refinance, I've got all these repairs. Well, then your payments start again, right? So that's what would happen with a GO bond. If you were to have to go out and sell one, you would have to tell the taxpayers, oh, well, your tax rate's going from 0 this year, but because we need the funding and we're going to put in a GO bond debt, you might have to pay $6 million on yours. So those are things that you need to really consider. And I think, we're planning on getting more information on that and giving you more data, particularly just to CCSD, so that we can do an analysis and actually explain better with your numbers.
Well, President,
Go ahead.
to her point of this being an overview at this point, I would like to make a suggestion of possibly having a special board meeting to go deeper into it, so we can actually get into the minutia of how that works. Again, to her point of paying it off and the reoccurrence to the constituents and the taxpayers if we ever had to do it again. I think that really would require a deeper dive into this process, so we can all be better educated on the effects of the decisions.
I think definitely. I think a GO bonding is not on isn't there a time constraint for that on refinancing or paying off? We can do that at any time. However, the SB 9 is upon us, right? We have to make that decision. You have to make that decision whether to approve that resolution in order to hold that election. And I think we need to do that in the next couple of months. I think we've scheduled Eric and Regina to come back in June to answer more of those questions as far as GO bonding, and if you have any additional questions on the SB 9, to actually present the resolution.
Well, the last meeting too did, in asking those questions, and it's hard for me to ask these questions because I'm not into finance. I have no idea. I'm just going on what I read in articles. And so Miss Regina was refuting that and saying that there's not going to be an increase. And I'm like, I have read several articles that says there's going to be an increase.
The general obligation tax rate?
Yeah, well, that's before it was general obligation.
The 2 mil will not change. The 2 mil tax levy, if that stays in effect, it won't change the tax rate. So you cannot be charged more than 2 mil on your valuation.
So that's what was confusing, and then at the same time, I want to understand, because this is very important. And then I also had it thrown back to me, well, if you guys are paying it off, why aren't you not suing? And if this is all the things that have happened, you know, due to the closures. Why are you not suing, and why are you not getting them to pay? And, you know, we talk over here, we say this, say that, but then we're not even making them accountable.
Madam President?
Go ahead.
If I may, doing a little bit of diving into this, and it's still on topic of what we're talking about. There was a initial report to the governor from the Speaker of the House. This was in December 18th, 2019, and it's House Memorial 88, Senate Memorial 124, and it talks about exactly what we've been saying in regards to the closure of San Juan Generating Station. It says, whereas the owners of 95% of the San Juan Generating Station have indicated their intent not to continue their participation, then it goes on further to say, whereas the abandonment of San Juan Generating Station may have a large impact on the property tax revenues available for CCSD to repay the bonds, and whereas it is critical that CCSD have a plan to obtain sufficient funds to repay the bonds if property tax revenues are lost. So again, Peter robbing Paul to pay Peter, and the fact that they're the ones creating this disparity through their policies. So then that's precisely what we're talking about here in respects to trying to make up that difference. And to whom and by whom.
And that's going to be quite a conversation.
Robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Quite a conversation as we go through this process later. When we're starting to talk about GO bonds, we'll have better numbers, and we'll be able to say this is what the outlook is. We'll work with Eric and Regina and Pat, to make sure that we're following the law. But it's a decision that's going to have to be made and a discussion. Not the GO bonding. We can talk about that. We can put that up. We can train. We can educate. But the SB 9 is what we're trying to focus on in order to get that passed, so we don't miss that November. If it's something that's desired to do, we want to make sure we get it on the ballot so that the district isn't picking up that cost. Right. And I think when the public knows that you can get the bang for your buck by using this SB 9 money to match any of the PSFA projects that you want to do, if it's HVAC or, you're required to do that 48%, I think it was, that he showed, 43% match. On the state match for the facility grant, yeah, just to match any funds you get from PSCOC. This can be used to do that. So when the voter understands that we're parlaying this money, right, we're going to use this money, but when we use it, we're going to double it, or we're going to get it matched by the state if we have this available. So that's a good point with SB 9. It's a lot. It is a lot.
So, yeah, I think if we could do a special meeting.
Okay.
And see when everybody's available. And what is our timeline? How would we?
We're going to be back in June, and they'll have the resolution again. So if you want to have a meeting before then, the resolution is going to only affect the SB 9 though. So we don't need to really focus on the general obligation bonds at this time if it's a crunch time. So we can work on the GO bonding and the debt and that education after we can settle the SB 9 issue.
So May 29th?
For a special board meeting? special board meeting? Is that?
I was just trying to think, I don't think we have anything, I don't think the safety thing isn't
Oh,
scheduled.
that's Memorial Day. That's why she picked it.
I'm like, something
I don't
doesn't
know
sound
what,
right.
I don't know what day is.
Madam President, we do want to give you guys a little more overview on some comparisons prior to the special meeting, so we do have a little bit more to present to you tonight, if that's okay. Just so you can be thinking about it between now and the special meeting. While we have this, I've got some additional commentary to go along with the bullet points, if that's okay. So you want to be here at midnight? No, but there are some points that, I mean, there was some confusion last Thursday that I think we want to clear up, if possible. And it won't take long, but I would recommend we finish the presentation. Okay.
Do you want me to go ahead and talk about the geo bonds, or do you want to jump in?
No, I think you just finish your overview on the geo bonds.
Okay.
But maybe more summary.
Okay.
That would be my suggestion.
Okay.
Because you said. Just like high level, just talk about it. And then.
Okay. Okay. This might not even really need that tonight. Other than the 2 minutes. Regarding general obligation bonds, just to finish that up with a summary, is that most of the time when you go out for a geo bond, it's because you have a big project that you need to fund and you need to raise the money for, and you don't have the capital funding otherwise. So that's when districts go out for a geo bond, and they can actually use the money for that, but it also can be used to match funding as well. So when you go out for a general obligation bond, you can let the voter know that, we're using this and we're going to get money from the state because you supported the district. And it gives us the opportunity to get some matching money. So you've got a little bit of the information that I was going to give you as far as the general revenue that's generated in the SB 9. I think what they had mentioned that it was 1.5 million a year. That's what is generated in order for maintenance for SB 9, and then you're actually matched for that as well. So it's important to note that that funding is really important for a maintenance of buildings, to do the actual maintenance, whether it's painting, carpeting, all of that. That's what this is used for. So we need to make sure that the voter knows that that's the purpose of the funds for SB 9. I think I'll turn the floor over to Jermaine. She has some things she'd like to fill in the blanks. So.
It's like a moving target, 1 minute, 3 minutes. So one thing I just want to remind folks about is the passage of House Bill 6 in 2021. Most of us remember that with passage of that House bill, we got 100% instead of 25% of our impact aid funds. What sometimes we forget, though, is that we also get 100% of our property tax revenues. And in the past, not only did the state take 75% and credit that against our SEG payments, they also did the same thing with property tax revenues. And so the reason I bring that up is because one of the factors in our analysis about whether or not this levels out is that we are going to get a bigger percentage of our SEG now, because whatever tax revenues we do get will be 100% rather than 25%. So
Can I interrupt a minute?
Yes, sir.
You're using acronyms that I'm not familiar with. FEG?
SEG.
SEG?
Student Equalization Guarantee. So that's the dollars that we get from the state for student education, our operational dollars.
All right, identify that for me, please.
Okay. So one of our, so we have several funding sources. From the legislature, we get what most folks refer to as SEG, and that's essentially our operational dollars that the state grants us. Then we've got federal dollars from Impact Aid and other grants that come in, JOM, for example, Johnson O'Malley, and several other grants.
I know JOM.
And then we also get property tax revenues. Now, those go, they flow to us directly, those property tax revenues, and what the state had done, just like they did with Impact Aid, is credit 75% of that against us, meaning they took 75% of those property tax revenues and subtracted that out of our state funding on the operational side, which we refer to as SEG. Sometimes you'll hear us call it a MEM amount, which is per student amount. And so those are the numbers that when we're going through this analysis in the special meeting, and this is why I wanted to kind of preface it today a little bit, is that when we go through this in the special meeting on this topic, there are a couple of moving pieces. One of them is this recent change in law. And so when we work with our consultant, we're going to want them to help us think through how many additional dollars are going to come to us because of the change in law through our state operational funding. Does that make sense, Board Secretary?
Only a little bit.
Okay. And one of the benefits of having kind of an overview is that when we go into the special session, we can kind of parse that out a little more and give you more detail. And the other thing we can also do is do, a one-on-one or a smaller group setting and kind of walk you through that more if that's helpful too. So I can definitely press pause on this point, or I can go into it a little deeper depending on what you would like me to do.
How much time is left in your 3 minutes?
0. So one of the things that I think is helpful for you all to see when you're picturing this is if you scroll to historic tax snapshot and you see the history of tax rates, one of the things that's helpful is when we're looking at some of these issues, and actually I would go to the next page where it's history of assessed value. Well, actually I apologize. Let's stay on that first page. So the three basic funding sources from a state and tax standpoint are operational. And so when you see operational, what we're going to read into that is that comes from the state of New Mexico, and you can attach SEG as an acronym to operational because that comes directly from the state on that. 2 mil levy is also what we refer to as SB 9, and so it's very narrow what we can use the 2 mil levy for. And then debt service is what we're talking about, general obligation bonds.
How it went from 2 mil levy to SB 9? That's a Senate bill, right?
So Senate Bill 9 is the original authorizing legislation that allows school districts to impose a 2 mil levy. And in that piece of legislation is where the limitations are put into law about how you can use those funds and how restricted they are. It also is in the law that that number doesn't change based on valuation. I'm going to get to that in a second on a slide. The next slide I think is helpful when you dive into this a little more, and this kind of helps you see in a chart what Ms. Sutherland was talking about. And so, for example, on the next slide where it has history of assessed value, you'll see on the top row, it's got several columns and an amount over time starting in 2018 and going through 2022, where it's calculating the amount of dollars collected from residential taxes, the amount of dollars that we received from centrally assessed. And when we see centrally assessed, what we need to read into that are very large industrial complexes like P&M, Four Corners, Westmoreland, those types of very large industrial complexes. And just by way of reminder, centrally assessed is about 80% of our overall tax revenue. And we are set to lose potentially all of that in the next 5 to 10 years. And I'm going to get to that in another slide. Non-residential, that's my 3 minutes. Non-residential means smaller business that's not centrally assessed. And then you've got some oil and gas dollars, and then the total valuation. And so the way I like to think of this is we have several pots of revenue sources that we pull from in different ways. Does that make sense?
That part does.
Okay. So real quick, I want to talk about SB 9 takeaways. Just to kind of summarize what Ms. Sutherland said on a high level, SB 9 is a very restricted funding mechanism, and so essentially every month those property tax revenues they flow into an account. From our capital master plan and our maintenance perspective, SB 9 is an extremely important revenue source for those functions. As we know, our largest taxpayers are potentially going to either be diminished in value or go away entirely. And so from an SB 9 perspective, and this was where some of the confusion was on Thursday, if taxpayer revenue decreases and valuation decreases because we lose those large taxpayers, or the value of their property decreases because they no longer have the same amount of business on them, SB 9 dollars, tax rate stays the same, so individual taxpayers won't see a jump in their tax rate. What's going to affect us, though, is we will collect less dollars. And so and then we'll talk about this in a few slides down the road here, that's one of the reasons why economic development is so important in our district, because we have to find a way to rebalance that dip in value. So from a general obligation bond takeaway, like Ms. Sutherland indicated, it's similar to a mortgage. And those types of bonds provide upfront money to fund or build specific projects. The key difference from an SB 9 situation is that if the value decreases, we still have to pay the amount on that bond debt, that mortgage. And that's where taxpayers are in jeopardy for potentially having higher tax rates. Because if the value dips and we're not generating through taxpayer dollars the same amount, the state, through state statute, is allowed to come in and say we're going to increase those tax rates in order to make that payment. And so last Thursday we were kind of lumping both of these together. SB 9 is very limited, very kind of much more simple, right, in terms of the effects and the consequences. From a general obligation bond perspective, that's where we really have to be careful with respect to our economic development balance there, because if those values dip, then the state can come in and increase those tax rates for taxpayers. That's a separate issue, right? From a litigation standpoint, I think we do have some potential, and we've discussed that in an executive session, so I don't want to go into legal analysis in open session. But from a state statute perspective, yes, the state is entitled and required to increase tax rates in order to meet that bond.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
This is not entirely on topic, but maybe a little bit. Do we receive funding from Four Corners?
Yes, we do. And I'm going to get to that in a few slides.
Okay.
Yes, sir. It's actually the next slide. Okay, so our two major taxpayers, and you saw back on that one slide under centrally assessed, on average, we get about 600 million in terms of, where did I have that? So history of assessed value, if you'll notice, over time, it's fluctuated between the low 600 millions to upwards of 700 million in terms of the value for those centrally assessed entities, which would be PNM, San Juan Generating Station, Westmoreland, Four Corners, etc. So we know now, right, that San Juan Generating Station has been shut down. There are some additional increases to valuation for that acreage that are in the works, and we've talked about some of those. So one of them is that Westmoreland is looking at expanding its operations to sell humate, which is soft coal, and that's used in fertilizers. We also know that Westmoreland is looking at doing a solar panel recycling program. So any increased value to those properties that occurs helps us make up that difference, right?
But at this point, that's a wish list.
No, they're actively working on it. The other two things that are going on is that through the efforts and the leadership of the board, we were able to get language into the Energy Transition Act that required PNM to relocate replacement power within our district. The first two projects were slow to materialize, but there are two more projects, solar panel projects, coming in that could potentially make up quite a bit of that difference in terms of the valuation. And that's bullet point 3 on that slide. In addition, PNM has talked quite seriously about needing a gas plant and locating that at San Juan Generating Station. And the reason for that is they're not able to get enough replacement load because they've shut down San Juan Generating Station to avoid brownouts or blackouts, especially during the summer months. So if they actually put a gas plant at San Juan Generating Station again, that can bring up our numbers and potentially balance us out. Unfortunately, obviously, right at this point, these are speculative, so we don't know if they're going to actually take place. And that's what makes your all's decision kind of difficult, because it's kind of a moving target, right? In addition to that, we've been working on, as not just CCSD, but as a region, on expanding our economic development projects so that we can shore up some of these issues. For example, solar doesn't bring a lot of jobs, and we need to make sure we keep our jobs. So, for example, they're looking at implementing carbon capture at Four Corners to keep Four Corners going. They're looking at establishing a hydrogen hub as an alternate source of energy. Of course, you know, we've talked quite a bit, and we're working very hard on potentially a rail spur coming up from Gallup so that we can diversify our economy. with various industry. And I think it's really important for taxpayers to know how hard the board has worked in trying to be prudent in balancing the fact that we're losing industry with trying to bring additional industry in. Because not only does it help us with our taxpayer revenue, but it also helps us make sure that for our students that want to raise their families at home with their families, that they have jobs to go to. And so I know the board has talked quite a bit about those types of things over the last few years. And yes, Board President. And so you'll be happy to know that I'm going to wrap up in 2 slides. Taking that high-level summary in terms of potential implications and things we want to kind of dive into a little more in a special meeting is what are the potential implications of the fact that we're getting 100% of our property tax revenue now, and to Ms. Sutherland's point, we're getting 100% of our impact aid revenue. If we consider the worst case scenario and both plants close, we lose 80% of our property tax revenue. We need to find a way to shore that up or to net it, meaning does the change in House Bill 6 actually help us mitigate that hit? And of course, the ongoing economic development projects, if those come to fruition, and we would see that starting to materialize, I would say, in the next 5 to 10 years. So you have already beat us to the next step recommendation of a special meeting. That's bullet 1. And then board action in the June meeting. And I apologize, I'm having a little allergy goofiness. And that's kind of the overview that we wanted you to be thinking about between now and our special meeting. And we can, of course, fill that in with some extra detail between now and then as well.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
I don't have any comments or questions. Thank you.
So we're looking at June 9th as the special board meeting. Just keep that in mind. And we'll continue on to Navajo Nation order mass mandate open board meetings by Jermaine Chappelle and Christy Brown. They didn't know how to spell your name?
Good evening, Board President, board members, Mr. Carlson. So CCSD, we still continue to do the sanitization of all schools in the high-touch surfaces. We're still using the lemon spray. We call it, or refer to it as the lemon, or the yellow spray. Face masks will be optional, and we're respectful of that. We're really pushing that out there that, if people choose to wear the mask, then that is absolutely okay. We're still offering them. We have plenty. So if one reports COVID positive, the 5-day quarantine is encouraged, and then they wear a mask upon return for 5 days. That's still part of the health in the manual. Contact tracing may exist if we have a large positive in student classroom. Luckily, that hasn't been the case. And then district office is still continuing to monitor any influx of 19 cases within the county. So we're still participating in that and on the Navajo Nation. And we are still asking employees to let us know if they're positive, and then we're still providing the COVID leave until June 30th.
The COVID what?
COVID leave. So if you have a positive COVID test, then we're providing the 5 days. They get leave up to 5 days.
Okay.
And that's until June 30th.
Clarification on that. May I, President?
Go ahead.
With the mask mandate, so clarification, you're saying that it's optional, correct, depending on the situation? And only if you have a high infection rate, then masks are mandated, correct?
Correct. If we would go to Mr. Carlson, and he would probably bring it to the board, and then we would have a conversation about if we needed to return to wearing the masks in CCSD.
Okay. And then the second question, after June 30th, there won't be any COVID leave?
For our district, we're not being refunded. We're doing it out of our own district funding. And so right now, it's until June 30th.
And so after June 30th, if somebody has COVID, then they have to take sick leave or go leave without pay? Is that correct?
Yes.
Just a quick clarification of the clarification. So the way I understand it was the state was helping us cover those dollars up until June 30th, is that correct?
No, they've already stopped in January.
Okay, so the state ceased covering us or reimbursing us for that in January, and we continued an extra 6 months. And so if somebody had leave in their sick bank, they could take that. We also have a sick bank that folks can use, right? And then the worst case scenario would be leave without pay.
Right, but we'd probably go to the sick leave bank.
Right. So if they had no more sick leave and they couldn't access the sick leave bank, then the worst case scenario would be that. Mm-hmm. Does that help, Vice President Husky?
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the clarity.
Yes, ma'am.
So if they have no sick leave left to cover those, and right now, I'm talking about now, you're going to this pot to pay them out of? That's not from the state refunded?
No.
To me, isn't that an anti-donation issue?
No, I wouldn't say that it's an anti-donation issue. It's a policy decision that the school district can make as part of the benefits.
Well, who made that decision?
I don't know.
I don't see how that's right. I think if a person is, I mean, before, when we were following the health mandates for COVID, and upon the tests being positive, and then there were certain things that you had to follow, and then be out of work, quarantine. Now they're not doing that. I guess I'm wondering why are we still hanging on to it. To me, I don't think that's right in coming out of our own pocket and making them whole. I think with the leave maybe taken from the next year, borrowed, or I don't know who made this decision, and I don't think it's right.
I can take responsibility for the decision. So the decision that we made was based on the fact that when the state discontinued at the beginning of January, we do have folks who had exhausted leave and had been in that situation. And since at the beginning of the school year, it was still policy to do that, we just felt it was the right thing to do, to continue on for employees. I understand what you're saying. And I know that it's been a handful of employees. They do have to have a PCR test. I don't think it's been more than 5 employees.
And that being a financial, that's my purse. As a board member, that's my purse. And I don't find it, I think that shouldn't have been done. Any other questions, comments, board members?
No, I would agree that that is a budgetary decision for the board to make, especially since the state had foregone the use of that process. And then that would be incumbent upon the board whether they wanted to do that or not. So that certainly is a budgetary issue, even if it is in the low numbers. Because if I'm not mistaken, isn't that kind of sort of what the lead bank was for? Right?
I mean, I'm only looking at my work situation. That they did the same thing, but we weren't given extra lead bank. All we were told is that you had to sell back 40 hours. And so person went off and quarantined, or if they were hospitalized, then when they came back, they had something to come back to, which was 40 hours. But yeah, they were given that 14 days, but after everything was lifted, it stopped. They're no more. And so since then, anybody that has come up and has COVID, that's on their own now. That's their lead bank. Any more questions, comments, board members? Okay, I guess we'll head on to item I. Thank you. Status on vendor for sped services, progress, and next steps by Jermaine Chappelle.
Good evening, board members, superintendent, and participants. The firm that has been selected for this is Walsh Gallegos, and we discussed this, I want to say 2 board meetings or so ago. The person that has expertise in this particular area is Elena Gallegos, and the Walsh firm is part of the legal contracts that was awarded in the RFP. The status is that we have had a scoping meeting, and with that scoping meeting, we're ready to bring Elena in and start the actual evaluation.
Any questions, comments, board members?
Are there going to be limitations to the examination as far as not just at the admin level, but going into the buildings?
Yes, that was definitely part of the scoping outcomes, was that who are the various stakeholders in terms of how to assess that evaluation, and yes, the buildings were absolutely discussed.
Would that include a random survey of parents, families on services?
In terms of the scoping meeting, that was also something that was brought up. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, comments, board members?
Just a quick comment.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I think that I'm looking forward to the results of this, so thank you for giving us the update. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. With that, I pass the baton to Mr. Russell.
So who says we're going to the next item? No, it's okay. We're going on to item J, unique trip requests, Central Schools Equity Council Program, Student Leadership, Washington, D.C., June 29th through July 5th, 2023, by Donovan Russell.
Shema, and Madam President, Mrs. Aspis, and board members, and Superintendent Mr. Carlson, and my colleagues, team members who have been patient enough to wait for the best for last. No, but this is just a quick presentation that I want to do. This is a unique trip, which is going to be a trip that's out of state in over 2 days. So as you noted, the date's going to be from June 29th through the July 5th. And so we'll be taking 10 Equity Council students, and you see the total amount there. And then, so this is a trip to Washington, D.C., and the trip that the students are going to be going on is called Unity, and the students will be attending a tribal youth conference for cultural experiences as needed to support language acquisition, cultural identity, and student leadership. And so the acronym for UNITY stands for United National Indian Tribal Youth, and this conference is a place where Native youth voices is encouraged and valued, and general sessions will be present there. Also workshops, and then career education fairs and activities that will build our student leadership. And we just go through the slides very quickly. It's just pretty much our pre-travel itinerary that I included here. And then so it'll begin on June 29th, the actual conference. And then on July 1st, we get a little bit of a break time here for some excursions and sightseeing. and the students will be able to visit some of the memorials there and monuments, the White House, and we've also reached out to the House of Representatives from New Mexico if we could actually meet and talk with them, and so we're just awaiting response from them, and then and then going all the way till July 4th, the students will be celebrating Independence Day there, and on that day too, they get a little bit of free time for some more sightseeing, and on that day we plan to visit the Pentagon and then some of the local sites, and then watch the fireworks there. And following day on the July 5th is our trip back, and then if you go ahead and go to the next slide, all the way to the field trip checklist. We had quite a bit of Equity Council students who participated this year, but unfortunately we only budgeted for 10 students, and so going to our checklist here, we have 8 items here. They had to be current CCSD high school students ranging from 9th grade to 12th grade with good academic standing, and then they had to attend our Equity Council meetings, and then they had to complete some community services here within their local communities, 20 to 35 hours, and much of these students are halfway done with that already, and then they had to have participated in one student leadership summit that we had here locally at San Juan College, and then we also went down to Tempe for another PD training as well too. They had to complete an essay that's 500 words, where they talk about the student leadership and how their voice will contribute to the high school, and then we're going to follow up with an in-person interview. We also limited this trip to only for one student to participate twice, as our students are, Equity Council students are ranging from 9th to 12th grade. So right now this is the list of students that have met the requirements so far, but but it is actually pending because of our students who haven't completed school yet, and so the grades haven't posted. And so those are the 10 students right now. We have 6 girls and 4 males, and then the chaperones. And if you go on to the next slide, this is just our purchase requisition for professional development, and it's just pretty much just a detailed expense report, which covers our conference, our lodging, registration, airlines, and transportation. And then just below it is our justifications and the conducts through Johnson O'Malley, who's going to be funding this. And then if you go on to the next slide again, this is our estimating trip expenses for our bus travels from here to Albuquerque on the day we're leaving, and then when we come back, the bus will pick us back up there. And these are just our quotes for our airline tickets, and as well as the quotes for our motel lodging. And then if you can go ahead and go on to the the red page is where our flyer is for Unity, and so there. What's that? The first class. These students have worked really hard this year, so. But if there's actually towards the end there's a draft actually we got from the conference itself, so that one's a little bit more detailed in the different meetings that will be going on. And some of these are not in our itinerary because these involve some of the ambassadors and some actual Unity members that they have like a position in office. And so, but that one there is just a little bit more detailed. And if you go kind of towards the end there.
Are these from all different schools?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
actually schools from all across the nation. So,
I mean, ours.
what's that? Oh, yeah.
Our group.
Yeah, our group is students from Newcomb,
Okay.
Shiprock, and Kirtland.
Because I remember Kirtland did this back when Guillory
Mm-hmm.
was Guillory. Wasn't it Guillory? And, I mean, it was something to look forward to. So
Mhm.
I'm just hoping that Kirtland's a part of it.
Yeah, they are.
Okay.
So just the final logistics. We are planning to have a meeting prior, like a week prior to when we go on the trip. So the students are informed with their parents about the trip. And so there the student and the parent will have an orientation, and these will all be signed by the student and the parent. And then and then we'll just pretty much give them an orientation on what to expect on the trip and the rules and everything. And so that's sort of like our permission slip there. And then, but yeah, and just the rest is just pretty much a repeat of what I've announced already. And I stand for questions.
Where are you flying out of?
From Albuquerque.
Yeah, I was going to say Durango. They're getting pretty strict, and I think most of them are that 2 hours.
Mm-hmm.
They want you there by 2 hours.
Oh yeah.
So, or either that or your baggage or your luggage could be placed on a plane, and you'll be lucky to get it.
Yeah.
So that's what we were told. Or you had to carry it on.
Question.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Superintendent?
Yes, sir.
On the first page, looking at the signature line, it says principal signature. There's 2 people that are on there. And I'm assuming from the printed it's Cheryl Benali and Donovan, Mr. Russell. Or, because words mean things, are either of those 2 certified principals?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay. Does that pose a problem?
Well, archive, yeah.
Maybe for archives, but it was signed off by Dr. Lopez Martinez.
Okay.
Mr. Montoya.
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Hospice, may I speak, please? I did go back and I did review all of the documentation that's being submitted this evening. And I did visit with Ms. Cheryl Benali and asked her to also to sign off on that line. And so I did approve the signature for this document.
Yeah, my only question and concern is in regard to superintendent about a certified administrator signing off on that document.
Okay.
Especially
and
on
if
that
I need,
line.
And if I need to, sir, I can go back and sign off on that as an administrator.
Yeah, just again ensuring that we have the right people in the right spots.
Please do that, Dr. Lopez Martinez.
I'd appreciate it. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
I'd like it typed in. No, it's just this one? Yeah, the title should be correct. Um,
I agree with that, like in the future, we need to change it, especially, I mean, within that department, there's nobody who's a principal, technically, I mean.
Well, the important thing to that is when you look at it from a perspective of who's signing off as a principal, that's a certified administrator. And if you don't have a certified administrator on that signature line, to me, that would pose a bit of a problem, even if you did put principal/administrator or certified administrator.
We'll fix it.
Okay, yeah, we'll
Thank you.
fix that tomorrow.
And, will they have cards that work?
Yes, that was, thank you for bringing that up.
Yes, Board President, they will. That was actually an issue when this trip was designed and presented, it's at the end of June and the beginning of July. So we've actually had those discussions to make sure it's gonna happen, to make sure that new cards are issued in place before. So we will make provisions to make sure that does happen correctly.
Especially when you start shuttling people around and you're not going to be handing over a lot of cash or somebody else's debit card or check card, but to ensure that that Bank of America card is going to be accepted without question. And they're not standing on the side of or on a street corner waiting with their thumbs out. So.
Or waiting for somebody else to pay for their meal.
Yep. Thank you.
And it's funny how we talk about nutrition in school and Obama's meal plan, and yet when our students go out on trips, they're eating at McDonald's. This is wow. Anyhow, Ms. Ray, in the future, anytime we have unique trip requests or fundraising, that we do that at the front of the meeting. I didn't see this one. I mean, I really like to do these at the start, and just let me know. Anybody here, just let me know so we don't have them waiting. And I thought you were just interested in being here, and I was like, wow.
He was learning the process.
Most definitely it is. It's been a long learning process for me, and I've learned so much, and I'll guarantee that this will be fixed, and we'll give you a clean sheet of paper tomorrow again. Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Okay.
yeah, my condolences to the gentleman too that you mentioned at the beginning of the board meeting, Mr. Garcia, and to all the victims that were part of the shooting yesterday here in Farmington as well too. So thank you very much, and you guys have a good night. Good night.
Right, careful out there.
So number 5, review consent items and items pulled from consent agenda for discussion and or approval. And we said we were pulling.
That would be item L, CCSD facility master plan. I'd like to make a motion to pull that for further discussion regarding TBA location and 6th grade movement.
A motion to pull.
Make a motion to pull
That-
item L from the consent agenda.
That actually was the motion.
Oh.
My comments were the
okay.
motion.
Montoya motion.
Yes, I did.
Second. Okay. Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So item L is pulled from.
Madam President. Ms. George, did you?
She's already off.
Oh, okay.
So item L has been pulled. And, okay,
Make a motion to accept the consent agenda with the amendments.
I second.
You got that, Sharon? Wait. Okay, so, Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
and I vote yes. So item is pulled and amended. Consent agenda is amended. So now we'll go into executive session, item 7, and convene in executive session discussion of limited personnel matters regarding the superintendent's expectations and contract renewal as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10, 15(1) H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act. Motion?
Make a motion to convene an executive session.
I second.
Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Vice President Haskell,
Yes.
and I say yes. So we will now convene executive session. Okay, welcome back. We're reconvening in open session as stated that the board has discussed in the executive session only the subject identified in the agenda as the reason for which the meeting was closed. Discussion of limited personnel matters regarding the superintendent's expectations and contract renewal as permitted under NMSA 1978, Section 10-15-1H2 of the New Mexico Open Meetings Act.
Motion to
Madam President.
Motion to reconvene.
Oh, yeah.
I second.
Okay, Board Member Montoya,
Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes.
Vice President Husky,
Yes.
and I say yes.
Madam President.
Does he wait till C? So we'll go to item C, possible action items on matters discussed in executive session.
Madam President,
Yes, go ahead.
I move to extend the superintendent's contract based on the terms discussed in the closed session.
I second.
Okay, Board Member Montoya,
Let me see. How do I say this? Yes.
Secretary Wells,
Yes. That's how I say it.
Vice President Husky,
Yes.
and I vote yes. Okay, so we are at item 8, requested action items, reports for next meeting. Any items for the next meeting, board members?
I can't do anything right now. Thank you.
Me either. Except for the SB 9 and possible date, June 9th. Uh-huh. Yes. And?
One thing that we talked about having on the agenda this time, and I didn't catch it, and so I apologize, was an update on the collective bargaining negotiations. And potentially, we may want to combine that in a special meeting, I don't know. But I'm a little nervous about having those negotiations go on too far without the board having blessed the negotiation topics.
Mm-hmm.
I did bring that up in the last meeting.
Okay, yeah, let's just combine those two. And that's it. No more. No. Yes, here at the boardroom. And let's say 1 o'clock. But I'm going to hear back from Secretary Wells if 1 o'clock will do. He'll be out of town, and we'll see if he can join at 1 o'clock. Okay?
Yes, I'll let you know as soon as I know.
Okay. So no items. So if you guys think of any, just call, let us know. And let's go to item 9 plus Delta. Montoya, Board Member Montoya.
I have none.
Secretary Wells. Plus Delta.
Yeah, I know where we're at. No, not at this time.
Okay, Vice President Haskell, plus Delta.
Nothing at this time either. Thank you.
Okay, I have a plus and a delta. I really enjoyed earlier the meeting, the safety summit, and as far as the deltas, I think we really need to limit our board attorney to 3 minutes. And so, other than that, I think everything went well, and we're really trying to work on the time, but I feel that it's important for our board members to ask those questions and that I don't feel is a negative. So, thank you. And we'll go on to item 10, adjournment. Could I have a motion?
Madam President,
Go ahead.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
I second.
And Board Member Montoya?
Yes, even though we have 14 minutes.
Secretary Wells?
Yes.
And Vice President Haskell?
Yes.
And I vote yes. So we are adjourned. Thank you.